Welcome to the Perpetual Tourist. I'm Wesley Green. I'm joined by Scott Smith today. We are on our second and final day in Hoi An. And, well, Scott, how have you liked this vacation?
I've enjoyed the parts I've been a part of.
Well, you've joined almost every day, but of course, you only joined for the first hour or so because you were on the other side of the planet.
Right, yeah.
That's a pretty good reason. Yeah, yesterday was pretty fun. You really got to see the town. It is very small. You got to see most of it.
Mm-hmm.
After you left, I walked around to certain sites and we toured a lot of them and we saw them. And as a general rule of thumb to describe the day yesterday, it was schedule 30 minutes to 45 minutes, which is not a lot for each site. Be finished in 20 minutes. These were small. It's a historic town, and the individual houses or temple or whatever, they're small. They're not massive sites to tour. So 20 minutes, 25 maybe, you're kind of done, and then you've got a little while left. Well, I like to stick to a schedule, but it was really a good thing because what you really come to Hoi An for is to sit and relax and sit in the coffee shops and the tea shops and try those kind of things. And that's what I did. Mostly what I did yesterday was tour a few minutes in a site, thank you site, and walk across the street to a little coffee shop and get a salt coffee or a smoothie. I got a ginger tea at one place. It did wonders for my allergic reaction I'm having to springtime.
Right, yeah.
I'm also heavily hydrating today so that I don't fall into the exhaustion that I did when I was in Da Nang. We were discussing before the show started blood clots, which was just interesting that it came up because it's something that comes up in travel a lot. People are concerned with it when they're on flights. I don't. Do you know if it's a common occurrence? Is this something people should be concerned with?
I don't have any idea.
I know you're not a blood clot expert.
No, I mean, well, I just assumed it would be something that would come up because of some sort of medical condition, like your cholesterol's too high and you're you get blockages and that kind of stuff. I just assumed it was related to that sort of thing, to another problem, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would have assumed that too, but apparently, this actually does come up in travel journalism, travel reporting stuff. People talk about it because when a whole plane full of people have to sit on a flight for 16 hours, one of the super long trans-Pacific flights. I mean, there's a chance. It's not a small. It's small, but it's not non-existent chance that somebody's gonna develop a blood clot. Yeah, so it concerns some people. But so my thing was, don't you have to have a pre-existing condition for this to make this likely? I don't know. Maybe you don't.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I don't know. It's not a medical show. It was just something we were talking about, and I thought it was worth mentioning that this is something that concerns people. I've heard people say they won't take those trans-Pacific flights for exactly that reason, and I'm like, I don't know if it's that likely. I don't know if the probability here. I'm not going to weigh in on it because I don't have any medical expertise, so it's not for me to say. But if you're going to choose to do or not do something based something big like this based on the probability of this happening, you should check out what the probability is rather than just
from a reliable source. Don't just do research on the internet. I mean, talk to your doctor, your medical professionals in your life about it, not just randos on the internet.
Right, exactly, and yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. I'm showing this so we can review what we're going to be doing today. We're going to head out here in just a second, and we're going to head over to Choktan Pagoda.
All right.
Which is around the corner from my hotel. So that'll be great. So it's a 4-minute walk, so that'll be nice. Then we're going to head over to the beach. There is a beach here in Hoi An. We didn't see it yesterday. And the town itself, if you can tell on the map here, is not on the beach side. Most of the sites in the town itself are here on the river. So you've got about a 10-minute drive to get over to the beach.
What was the name of that river, Wesley? We discovered that yesterday.
Tuk Nun, is that it? Tuk Nun?
I believe so, yeah.
You know what? I'm sitting here now. Tuk Bun. Tuk Bun.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how the vowels were pronounced, but yeah.
It's Tu Bun River. Tu Bun River. I'm not sure. I mean, as I always say, I can say the Vietnamese words to answer your question, but if you're looking for the proper pronunciation, you probably should ask a Vietnamese person, not me.
It's weird to me that it's the romanization of these words, and yet the sounds aren't the sounds made by those letters in romantic languages. Like the last name Nguyen is pronounced wind. And I'm like, then why is there an NG there?
Well, it does start with the sound NG, but in English, we don't start words with the sound NG. NG, by the way, is a different sound from either N or G. It's a single phoneme.
Not in English, which is what it's been translated into.
Oh, it is in English. It is in English. If you say the word sing, you're pronouncing 3 phonemes, not 4.
I don't understand.
I don't understand it.
This is why I didn't take the pronunciation class. Gosh, what was the name of phonetics and stuff like that? Like I didn't. What's the study of how you speak, of how people speak, and the way the mouth moves? Yeah, I didn't take that mess for my English degree. I was like, it does not matter how the mouth physically makes the noise. I don't care. I just want to put words together in an exciting way.
In a fun and exciting way. Well, that's interesting. I find that to be the most fascinating part of linguistics is the mouthy part.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I have a friend in San Francisco who does who helps people with phonetics and pronunciation, and I'm sure it's very interesting to a lot of people. I'm just not one of those people.
All right.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure that new Madam Web movie that's coming out tomorrow about a tangential Spider-Man character is of interest to somebody, but I'm not one of those people.
Not me, though.
I've just never been a huge Spider-Man person to begin with. But I mean,
I've never been a huge Spider.
Not yet.
I
read Kafka. I know it eventually happens to everybody. Turn into a giant bug or arthropod of some kind.
All right. All right. So after the pagoda, we're heading over to the beach. This is the only beach around here. I mean, it looks like it'll be a nice beach. We'll see. I've been there before, but it was really poor weather when we were there. It's sunny now, but it's not really beach weather quite yet here. We're here in the cooler months. It's just after Tet holiday. I guess it's still Tet holiday is technically still going on. We're going to try History Museum. Scott, I have something to ask you about this. It's kind of just advice. You probably won't be around for this part of the stream, but that's okay. I'm just curious what you think. So were you there when I went to look at the first or try and get the first ticket yesterday? The ticket for the Old Town?
No, I think you were just going to do that when I left.
Okay. All right. So I did end up getting it. What happened was I went into the first spot in the Old Town, which seemed like it was just set up only to sell the tickets. And I walked in and asked about the ticket. She said it's 400,000 Vietnam dong for a ticket, and they look like this, but there's like 5 smaller tickets. They're just tear off tickets. So there's one of these opposite side, tear off this side. So you're getting 5, and she said 400,000, and I was like, that's too much. I'm not doing that. Sorry, goodbye. And so I was like, I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, maybe I can't get into any of the sites, but that's just a ripoff. So then I went to the first site, and they sell them at each individual site too, which I was thought that was crazy. But when I went to that one, she said, yeah, it's 120 with a 5-ticket pack. It's possible I just didn't understand something properly, but I don't know what happened or what that's about. But yeah, so that was worth it. That's 5 tickets to 5 different sites for 120, which is around $5, about $1 each. But the problem is that they sell them in 5s. I've only got one site that's on this ticket list. It's most of the sites in town, but we're heading outside. You can tell by the map we're heading out to the beach, and then we're going to head up to Pottery Village. Stuff outside of the town like this is not included. Even the pagoda that's around the corner here, that's not included. So the only site that's actually included today is the Hoi An Museum of History and Culture. It's on the list, so you have to buy one of these tickets, from my understanding, in order to get in. But I don't need 5. I don't need 5 tickets. So I don't know. But the question is it worth it to pay for 5 tickets when I know I'm not going to use them to get in one site, or should I just put that on the skip list? Well, actually, I take it back. That's not even the question. It's not worth it. I know it's not worth it. The question is, should I go there and try to get a single entry admission, or should I just skip over it and go straight to the Pottery Village? What do you think?
I mean, if it's kind of on the way, it doesn't look it's too far out of the way. You might try it. You might try it and see. Just say I only need the one. How much will that cost? And I'm sure it will be less than, or it will be more than if you bought 5 tickets. As a bundle.
Okay. Yeah.
But,
all right. So I'll give it a try.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, even at that point, if you're spending 125 for 5 tickets, you only need one. I mean, that's what, 25 a piece. But you're wasting, 100 of it because you're just not using them.
Right.
So yeah,
I won't be able to use them. So, and part of it is I don't want to do what. I don't know if this is why they're doing it. I don't suspect really that there's a diabolical, marketing scheme here to sell people tickets they won't use. Maybe there is, but it just seems like someone came up with something that was supposed to be for the convenience of the sites. So each one of them don't have to collect money for every entry, which I kind of get. But then by packaging them only in 5s, they make it so that you're like, yeah, I don't really want to do it. Even if I was using 3 of them, I'd still 2 would be going wasted.
Maybe I don't like that. Maybe it's like a family thing. Maybe they just expect it to be like a family unit or something going. I don't know.
Could be.
I don't know. I'm making stuff up. It's fun.
I like to make stuff up. Okay, well,
who knows why it may not be accurate, but it's fun.
It's fun to say. All right. Well, after we try the museum, and I don't want to jinx myself, but last time I came, it's been several years back now, but last time I came, I didn't like the ticket thing either, and I didn't bother to buy one. And I found that there were only a couple of sites that actually deny you entry because you don't have a ticket. So I was like, well, yeah, they're kind of like, oh, you don't have a ticket? Well, whatever. What are you going to do? Come on in. Not all of them, again, but some of them. All right, because so after the museum, we're going to head over to Tanha Pottery Village. There's a park and a whole village there, which we'll spend a large section of the day at. Just checking out the pottery, I guess. Hopefully, it'll be something interesting there. It's quite quite a lot of time for it. Then at the end of the day, after the sun goes down, if the battery lasts that long, it didn't last that long yesterday, so it's worth noting it may not. We're gonna come back and see the night market as our last stop here in Hoi An and our last stop on vacation. So sounds exciting. You ready to get started on this?
Yes.
Well, I didn't quite prepare as well as I should have to start this. So I got to put the gimbal together and all the stuff. Any topics of conversation you'd like to distract us with while I put stuff together? This is let's put together. It's our last day of vacation. I'm beat. I've enjoyed it. I'm glad I came. I'm glad we did this. I think I've learned a few things.
Yeah.
I'm trying hard to avoid saying I'm glad it's over. Not glad it's over. I'm glad to be going home. Very tired. And you haven't seen all of the streams that I've done. We did a lot of stuff.
I was always skeptical of vacations in which you come back more tired than when you left. I'm like, that's not a vacation then, is it? It's not a time of rest. It's just a different venue for being tired.
Is that what vacations are supposed to be? Is that the definition? Or just what you think they ought to be? A time of rest.
I'm not going to tell people what to, what they have to think. But yeah, I would think if you're on vacation, you want to try to rest and relax and not worry about stuff quite so much. And but there's all kinds of different people in the world. So
there are all kinds of different people in the world. That's true. I like to just feel like I've done something. Like my main problem in life is not being exhausted all the time, but feeling like I'm not really living it. So vacation, I mean, that's not really true anymore, but since I've already developed my attitude towards vacations now, so I'm not going to change it. But yeah, for me, it's like feeling like you're actually living life rather than just, shuffling off to work every day and back home. So it's not really about, but I guess that goes to like what you're looking for in vacation is what you don't get in normal life. If you feel like you don't get a lot of rest, then you're probably going to want to rest on vacation. That's my theory. What do you think? Leave a comment below. Whatever. Yeah, what do you go on vacation for? That's a good thing to comment starter.
Sorry, a train's going by.
I'm sorry a train is going by as well. I wish that train would stay longer and get to know us. Or whatever.
No, I'm not distracted. I've just got the mic muted so it won't come over the microphone. It's not like I'm distracted by watching the train.
Mesmerizing.
Oh, wow, this happens like several times a week.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always thought it was, I I never thought it was a good thing to run yourself ragged on a vacation. You're supposed to be having a good time and, you know,
Mhm.
all the stress and all, you just want to leave that behind. But
Mhm.
again, maybe these are my preconceived notions of what a vacation is, which is a lot of stress. And
A vacation is a lot of stress.
historically, it has, it oftentimes is for me, as it has been for me. So.
Uh-huh. Your mom always liked go, go, go vacations.
Yeah.
That could be where uh, your preconceptions come from.
Yeah, and it was a lot of hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. You're not moving fast enough. You're not going fast enough. It's like, all right, just calm
Well, I
down. We're
don't.
on vacation. Huh?
I like to have a nice plan. I like to structure what I'm going to see. I like to see a lot of stuff, but that's also you don't have to rush.
That's fair. I like having a schedule and stuff like that too. I'm not, not
Not
saying I don't like
anti-schedule.
schedules.
Okay. Do I have the link for the phone? Yes. Sorry, Scott. My
That's all right.
allergies are not cured yet. I didn't think they would be after 2 days. I am taking medication for it now, but I knew it wouldn't actually help before we were done with the stream. So just a lot of coughing into the camera. It's
Well, you're not technically coughing onto me, so I'm, it's fine. I'm not going to catch
still
any,
to listen to.
any germs.
All right, Scott, I'm leaving the studio. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Studio. Studio was one of
And I'm back.
Studio was one of the characters in Romeo and Juliet.
Studio? I feel like that's not
Romeo
entirely. Yeah, Romeo and Studio.
Romeo, Mercutio, Studio.
Okie doke, if you say so.
Yeah, I have an English degree. So believe me.
Oh,
no.
Well, in that case, I didn't realize we had an expert on the.
No,
on the
God
show.
no.
Yuri wants a Shakespeare expert to come teach Shakespeare in Chenjo. Are you interested?
I'm not a Shakespeare expert at all.
Can you claim to be one?
I just did, but it was all lies.
Success. You're already qualified. All right. We're not seeing this hotel a lot, so let me flip this old camera around. That's not the button I meant to hit. And I'll change the orientation momentarily. You remember this from yesterday? It's a lovely
I do.
homestay. Yeah.
Uh-oh, sounds like somebody's not happy.
Hello. He's not really upset. He's just climbing on her.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Teaching him numbers, I guess. Hi.
Oh.
Okay, well, let's see if I can get shoes on. We're going to do a lot of temples today, so I'm going to keep my shoe changing equipment handy.
You have to have special equipment for that?
I have a shoehorn.
Oh, so what are you, some kind of Sasquatch? Sasquatch fever.
Ugh.
That lady's like, why are you staring at me? With your camera.
No, I've got a list. Thank you. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah. Hi. It's like controls the camera. Bye bye. See you again.
Oh.
If you want to clean the room or change the towels, please let me know anytime. Okay?
No.
If you don't go into your room, you can just put them.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all right. You don't have to. I'll leave tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I saw them yesterday. Okay. Just clean the towel.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, do you know which? Maybe I should look and see what the name of it is. Hold on. Do you know how to get to Chuktan Pagoda? Chuktan. Chuktan.
Phúc Tòng.
Chuk. Chuktan.
Thanh Pagoda.
No.
In Hoi An.
Yeah, it's supposed to be around the corner.
Trúc Thánh. Ah, over there.
Okay.
Trúc Thánh. To the end of the road.
Uh-huh.
Turn right.
Uh-huh.
200 meters on the left.
On the left.
Okay. Trúc Thánh. Tổ đình Trúc Thánh.
What is it?
Tổ đình.
Cho
Đình.
Din.
Trúc Thánh.
Cho Din Chuktan.
Very nice.
Okay, very good. Bye bye. Oh, I paid for this last night. I left 20,000 on the. Yeah.
You pay already?
Uh-huh.
You put on the.
I put it on the stool here.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, I mean it was right here. I'll show you. Sorry. I put it right here. I came and got this last night.
Maybe my family pick up. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just 3 minutes. 3 minutes walking.
Oh, 3 minutes. Yeah, it's very close. I saw it on the map. Thank you.
See you.
Bye bye. Bye bye. All right. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I mean, I know it's a business and all that, but I mean, they seem, really nice.
Yeah, she's very nice. That's the first time I've seen her, actually. I think it's her dealing with her parents before.
Oh, okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Be having a connection issue. Oh.
Scott, I forgot to turn the Wi-Fi off. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I thought it was me.
No. Well, I have. I don't know. Should we talk about nuts and bolts of YouTubing, or
We
concentrate
can.
on talking about? Okay, we're between sites, so seems like an appropriate time to do it. I've read some advice that we that for YouTube videos, talking is good. So yeah, I'll try to do that more. When you guys are not here, I tend to let long periods of silence go and not fill the silence, thinking that later in editing I can fix it all. But
Well, what
yeah.
I assume you read or heard some advice about this. What is the reason for that? Talking is good. Is it because algorithm
Keeps
stuff
people.
or?
I mean, it just keeps people engaged.
Okay.
Even the best cinematography only keeps people for a few minutes, whereas people listen to podcasts with no videos at all for hours if
Yeah,
the
I do that.
conversation is interesting. Yeah,
I'll do
I
that.
used to. I stopped listening to podcasts during the pandemic for some reason. I don't really know why, but my behavior changed a bit. But yeah, I used to. It
Well,
can
I
keep
mean,
you engaged for.
yeah, it's like an audiobook kind of thing, you know.
Yeah. hmm So yeah, so I shall internalize that, and but it's also, I mean, it needs to be interesting. It can't just be any kind of noise coming out of my face. So, and
Right.
it doesn't mean that we need to worry about talking constantly. That's also not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm just saying that so that I remember to stop. I guess stop being reserved, because I had for a while I just it was just like stream of consciousness talking. I feel like this is going to be it.
Oh, is that your destination?
Well, let's say to din chuk tan. That's what she said, right? Fine.
Oh my gosh! Don't get run over.
Okay. Good advice.
Thank you. I'm just full of good advice today. Don't get run over. See a doctor. You know, this kind of stuff. Somebody look. It's like I always say. Somebody needs to say obvious things. Somebody needs to.
Do they need to though?
Yeah.
Need.
Mm-hmm.
Need. Sticking by it. Let me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're gonna freeze for a couple of seconds as I pull up my information on. Come on. Come on. My.
I'll tell you a big nerdy thing that um I will listen to. I don't really I've never really
Yeah.
gotten into audio. I haven't yet gotten into audiobooks. But I have
Okay.
um found a channel or two on YouTube where they do unofficial Warhammer 40,000 audiobooks for short stories. And they're fan
Yeah.
made short stories, so there's no copyright on the story itself. Obviously, there is for the IP. And this guy, I guess, who wants to maybe go into voice acting or reading books or whatever, will read them, dramatically and all that stuff. And I mean, it's a good voice actor, but I'll listen to those. A lot of the fan made stuff is at least as well written as stuff Games Workshop publishes.
Yeah. Is that
And
because the fans are so good, or because Games Workshop is really bad?
I think it's a little from column A and a little from column B. It,
All right,
it
that was very diplomatic of you.
well, yeah, I think some of the stories this guy has read have been very well written, I think. Um, and some of the stuff from Games Workshop is better written than some of the authors are just better. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, that was me filling time.
You did excellently. I was having I don't know if you could tell, I was having a phone computer software issue where I had a window up that I was trying to use, but for some reason when I tried to click on the window, my finger magically went through that window and hit the one below it. This happens in Google Calendar. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, well, first of all, I don't know if regular Android phones allow the Windows thing, like, from Windows. But anyway, so I had a floating window in front, and when I would try to click on that window, it was like the window wasn't there, and I was clicking what was on the window below it.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so annoying. Anyway, we are at Chukdang Pagoda. Chukdang.
Look at that. That looks nice.
And this is pretty impressive. Nothing like this could be in the old town. We're outside of town. This is very historic, but it would have been outside the city in the ye olden days. Because it's just nothing in town could take up this much space. I mean,
was this a religious site?
It is. Chukdang Pagoda, nestled amidst the vibrant streets of Hoi An's old town. No, it isn't. Sorry. I don't know entirely always if the information I've got is correct prior to coming here, but we're not in the old town. Stands as a beacon of peace and spiritual significance. Here are some. Hold on. Let's do some walking and observing, and then get some more info. I'm going to try and spread out my, interesting facts too.
Oh, all right.
As much as possible. So we've got different things to look at, We like to look at things.
Well, much like the other sites we've been seeing, especially it seems the religious ones, it's very brightly colored.
Orange. Orange is the color here. Look at this.
Orange is. Look at all those flowers. Those are beautiful.
Yeah.
There's a dragon. Fire dragon, maybe.
Well, some kind of dragon. It looks fiery, yeah.
Orange. There's a Buddha. Full color Buddha, which is going to be the name of my next album.
Full color Buddha.
Yeah.
Founded in 1454 by a Chinese monk named Min Hai, Chukdang Pagoda holds the distinction of being the oldest Buddhist pagoda in Hoi An. Its rich history, spanning over 5 centuries, offers a glimpse into the evolution of Buddhism and traditional Vietnamese architecture.
I think that's been one of the biggest cultural differences, I guess, that I'm just now kind of piecing together that I've noticed between East and West is all the Hindu sites and the Buddhist sites, the stuff, which is primarily what we've seen. They're all very colorful.
Yeah.
Whereas Western Judeo-Christian churches and synagogues, I'm guessing, I don't think I've ever been in a synagogue, but I've been by some. And same with mosques. I'll make this generalization. It's all earth tones. It's all very muted. It's all very stately, and this is very serious kind of dour stuff. And man, look at this. These people they enjoy it.
Well,
it's vibrant.
I think that Christianity preferences white, a lot of white in Christian stuff.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a brighter.
It's not a color. It's bright. It's not like a color, but
technically a color, yeah.
But it is bright, yes. But
is it an earth tone?
But I would agree on I don't think white counts as an earth tone, no.
Okay, like an off-white or an eggshell would count as an earth tone, though.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, anyway,
that would make sense. Yeah.
But yeah, do you see what I mean? Does that seem like a fair comparison?
I mean, to the general statement that stuff is very brightly colored here, yes, I would agree
Okay.
with that. In the East,
Yes.
actually, I guess you could say in Asia because I think the same is true in India. That's my impression. I've never been to India. I don't know why I said that. The pagoda showcases a captivating blend of Vietnamese and Chinese architectural styles. Traditional curved roofs adorned with intricate dragon carvings mingle with lacquered pillars and ornate statues, reflecting the cultural exchange that shaped Hoi An's heritage.
Look at that.
Just kind of back up and get some of the architecture that I was talking about.
Oh.
I'm going to freeze the screen for just a second so that I can open up another browser. All right, that'll do it. Look at those flowers.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I got something.
Okay, you got something.
Well, Wesley, we would be remiss in that it is almost the middle of February. We have not stated that here in the U.S. it is Black History Month.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We've not said anything about that, and since we're in a place that has the word pagoda, while you're not
Yeah.
in Japan, we would be remiss in not mentioning Yasuke, an African-born samurai,
Oh.
the feudal era of Japan. He worked for Nobunaga, one of the feudal
Yeah.
lords of the Sengoku period, and
Yeah.
he was probably, as far as is known, the first foreign-born samurai.
The first foreign-born samurai. Wow.
Yeah, not a native Japanese person. He was black. He was from Africa. So,
And now, wait, what period was this?
this was this Sengoku period.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that? Do you have a date on that, or?
I don't.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just not familiar enough with Japanese history to know when the Sengoku period is.
I have heard the name Nobunaga in samurai, like entertainment and stuff before, so it must be a pretty important period, but I don't know enough about it either. But there you go. See, I'm connecting everything. Look at that.
You are connecting. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Get connected.
Wow. Well, look at all that. That's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Chukpang Pagoda remains an active place of worship for both monks and local residents. Witnessing daily rituals and ceremonies offers a unique opportunity to understand Buddhist practices and their significance in Vietnamese life.
Do you know if a lot of people in Vietnam, I know you said Buddhism was like the main religion there, but are a lot of people in Vietnam, do they consider themselves religious people?
No. Statistics are that I don't want to say vanishingly small, but a relatively small portion of the population consider themselves religious.
Oh, okay.
However, I do think Buddhism is enough a part of the culture that a lot of the practices and traditions that go along with Buddhism are still observed.
I
So
see.
when there's a festival or something, people turn out and do go to the temples, and some even pray and bring the incense and burn the incense and whatnot. And so that's still done in fairly large numbers. So it doesn't match up with the small number of adherents. But I think that's it's kind of the reverse effect that we have in the West, where especially in the United States, if you give someone a survey and say, "Are you Christian?" there's a huge chunk of the population that will check yes, I am, simply because they view Christianity as being Christian as being a positive. So they think, yeah, of course I'm a good person, so I'm going to check yes on that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they may not go to church or really have any deep beliefs or even think about it much. But they would still check yes. And I think you have a reverse trend here where people who don't, if you ask people, are you religious? They would tend to say no if they don't, strictly observe it and actually do all the stuff you're supposed to do as part of the religion. They would check no.
I see. Yeah.
So, but that's me guessing, and that's just talking to a few people that give kind of not solid answers. When you ask, are most people Buddhist or are most people religious? They're like, well, so I'm kind of giving you my interpretation of what they're saying, because I do know the statistics are that it's very low, but I think that's a statistic on like hardcore, observers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's sandy. There's sand on the ground. We're in Beach Town.
See that person is like praying, like she's obviously Buddhist,
Yes.
right? She's here praying. So, oh wow, look at that statue! Holy moly! Look at that big bell. Oh my gosh, I wonder who that's a statue of.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. Holy moly. Whoa. That last statue looked pretty fearsome. That's so cool. Look at that stuff. Look at the carvings. And all that golden lettering on all the like posts. Look at that. Holy moly. Look at that. Oh, YouTube, that is not a swastika. Don't flag that, please. Not a bad swastika. Look at that. I know Wesley's being quiet, everyone, to be respectful. But they can't hear me. So, but look, see, this is what I mean. Look how colorful everything is. It's so bright red and pinks, and look at that. Oh my gosh. I wonder what the significance is of those last two statues we saw, of the bottom of the ear, like the earlobe and such, being a little large. I wonder if that was an embellishment that the people actually physically did, or if it's like and I wonder what significance that has. Like, what does it mean for Buddhists? I don't know, but you got to think, with it being shown like that over a couple different pieces, it probably means something.
Right. I absolutely. That's a good call, and I've noticed that many times before and never thought to look on the internet and see if there's a meaning to it. But I'm interested to hear if anyone who knows more about Buddhism than I do, which could be anyone, and put those in the comments if you're watching in the future. That is something I've always been curious about, because that is a pretty consistent depiction. I'm sure it's not all of them for the Buddhas.
Yeah. Yeah, we may be wrong about things we say on here, especially when we speculate, but
Sure.
I think I can speak for Wesley when I say we're always interested in learning from people who do know.
Yeah, that's right. I should also mention that I do cursory research. I am not a historian or an expert in any of the fields that, except for travel itself. I think I can call myself an expert there, but any of the particular fields we might be talking about, I'm not an expert. So if we say something wrong and you notice it, then feel free to mention that.
Yeah, you're not only educating us, you're educating our audience as well.
Right. Legions that they are. Oh, speaking of which, Scott, we are at 99 subscribers.
All right.
All right.
Will you be the 100th subscriber?
You will not get a prize for it. Sorry.
Click that
subscribe
button. Smash that like button.
Smash it. Smash it. All right, let's look at whatever else there is here. This lovely pagoda. Definitely worth a stop. I'm glad I looked and realized it was. I had originally had this as the second stop, so we were going to start at the beach and then come back here. And then I'm like, wait, it's only 4 minutes walk from the hotel. Let me just walk over there.
Yeah, it's trees.
Trees.
Yeah, trees look nice.
Trees look nice. They do.
I mean, obviously, it's an important place, and it's, you want to keep it up, but everything just looks so nice. It's all well tended to and manicured, and
yeah, it's well maintained.
Yeah,
it surely is. Beyond the majestic main hall, the pagoda complex houses several hidden gems. Explore the tranquil gardens dotted with sculptures and serene courtyards, each offering a quiet space for reflection. Discover the 16 grave towers dedicated to eminent monks, each adorned with unique carvings and inscriptions whispering stories of the pagoda's past residents.
Wow, a grave tower.
Yeah, well, that is standard. Let's see if we can find out where those are, though. I don't see them. It could be around the back area that I'm not seeing. Oh, in fact, let's try and see if it's over here. I bet it's the other side, but since we're right here, we'll find out. Oh, no. I think I see it. Yes, sirree, here it is.
Oh, wow.
The grave towers.
Wow. Wow. Turned into Owen Wilson there for a second.
Wilson?
Yeah.
Old Wilson?
Yeah. Isn't that his name?
Okay.
The actor?
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Owen Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, you said Old Wilson.
Old Man Wilson. The guy that lives next to Dennis the Menace.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it doesn't sound like a Dennis the Menace character. Excuse me. Chuptang Pagoda boasts a collection of antique ritual objects, some dating back centuries. Marvel at the 200-year-old stone gong, the intricately carved carp-shaping wooden gong. Carp-shaped wooden gong, not carp-shaping. Sorry. And several ancient bells, each playing a significant role in religious ceremonies and conveying their own unique stories.
If you ring this gong, you may choose the shape of our carp.
Carp shaping. It's an ancient tradition where we carve the carp.
It was going to be one of the types of magic practice in Avatar: The Last Airbender, but carp bending.
Carp bending.
Yeah. Like, how are we going to work this into every episode? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yes.
Some of these are written in the ancient, I don't know if you can see it, the ancient Vietnamese script that comes from Chinese.
Oh. I thought you were going to say they were written in Elvish or something.
No?
Oh, no. That's not real.
Not sure why.
That wouldn't make any sense.
No, that's not real.
Oh, well. Well, I hate to, since we're in a interesting place, I'm going to have to step away for just a moment. I will be back momentarily.
Okay, great. I mean, not great, but fine. Well, I guess this is what I was talking about, needing to talk more. So even though this is not about the graveyard itself, the pagoda holds historical significance as the birthplace of Tempt religion, a unique Vietnamese Buddhist sect that emphasizes individual spiritual development and meditation practices. All right, it's a Buddhist graveyard, guys. If you haven't seen that before, you saw it first on this channel. Amidst the bustling streets of Hoi An, Chuk Tham Pagoda offers a haven of peace and tranquility. Immerse yourself in the serene atmosphere, listen to the soothing chants of monks, and find a moment of quiet reflection within its ancient walls. It's not really in the old town. You know, I can't drive this home enough. The material that I found on the internet keeps repeating it's in the old town. I kind of assumed it was before I got here, but we're not in the old town. Dress modestly and respectfully when visiting the pagoda. Observe ongoing ceremonies quietly and respectfully. Consider making a small donation to support the preservation of this historical landmark. By exploring Chuk Thang Pagoda, you'll not only witness its architectural beauty, but also delve into the rich history and spiritual significance it holds within the heart of Hoi An. Okie doke. There's the other side of the pagoda. I don't know if there's anything over there. Let's go take a peek, and then we'll call it a bike to the beach. And it's beach exploration time and eating time, because again, where I'm at is lovely, and I guess I could have ordered in. You can always order in with the Grab app. I have a love-hate relationship with it because everyone uses it, so when it gets busy, it can be hard to get one to come pick you up. But they do perform generally well. They're based in Singapore, so it's the app's native language is English. Obviously, all the places listed are still going to be in Vietnamese, so you have to be able to handle that. But the app itself is going to communicate with you in English. It's really good for English-speaking travelers, and they deliver food as well as cars and bikes. So I definitely recommend using that app. And I didn't do it this morning. I didn't call any food over, so I'm starving. We're going to eat something at the beach. All right, nothing on this side. Another shrine. Well, that's interesting, whatever it is. All right. Get in the shade and call us a car. Bike. What's a car? That's another thing that makes Vietnam cheap is that you can call bikes wherever you're at to come get you instead of cars, and they're a lot cheaper. Freeze the screen for just a second. Hold on, guys. Yes. Okay. Now, hang on, where are we going? That's probably something I should have looked at. It was originally supposed to be there for the first spot, so now I have to get the name. No, not the old town. Oh, day 2. Oh, I already switched it. Ambang Beach. Okay, that's where we're going. Anbang. Ambang Beach. Ambang. No, Grab is going to need a specific location. Let's see what options we get. Ambang Beach. Oh, wait. No, it just says beach. Okay. Not the Papa Villa. That's not where I'm at right now. I mean, Villa. It's probably Villa, not Villa. Near Ton
What?
Nang. God, you scared the shit out of me, Scott. I
Oh,
can't move the. No. I can't move the. Come on, move, you dickwad. What's the name of the pagoda, Scott? Oh, it's right here in front of me. Chuktang.
that's it.
CHUCTHANH. Oh, but I spelled it wrong. Oh, I should just type it in Vietnamese, shouldn't I? Amazing. Chuktang.
Amazing.
Yes. Okay. Now let's see. Grab bike. Let's just get a regular bike. Oh, wow, already. Oh. Okay. Well, anyway, yes. Okay, there's a guy coming. Driver is nearby. Okay, he's coming.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Message Tim. Okay. Now, in order to watch where he's at or look at where he's at, I've got to change the orientation. My apologies. Just give me a second. It looks like he is not far. That's great. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Was that a Mario impression?
Yeah, supposed to be.
You did a great job. I
Oh,
recognized
thanks.
it. You're welcome. We sort of went past this. I imagine this is the original entrance to the. Oh, there he is.
Oh. He was right nearby.
Ăn bằng biết.
Yeah, I'm bằng.
Dạ. Ok.
Tôi là Wesley.
China.
Jinan.
Dạ.
I can't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ăn bằng biết.
I'm mumming.
Yeah.
I don't care where. We're just gonna walk around.
So now you're going to the beach. Is that right?
Yeah, we're going to the beach.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna mute you on the way there because
Stop photo.
stop photo.
Photo.
Yeah, photo. Yeah.
I can deliver you. Stop photo.
Stock photo.
Tua grau không?
Yeah. Okay. Huh. 26. Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Top photo for crow, crow, crow.
Yeah. Crow. Okay. Okay. All right. Gotta pay, guys. Hold on just a second. Freeze screen alert. Screen freeze. That's not what we want. Come on. What are you doing? Stupid machine. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Đi không bạn?
yeah, yeah.
Are you Vietcom Bank too?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're Vietcom Bank buddies. I'm surprised at the number.
Uh-oh. What happened? It's probably the banking app making things weird.
Yeah.
Coconut,
Coconut.
coconut, photo. Yeah.
Coconut
Coconut,
photo?
okay.
Oh, I'm still wearing your helmet.
Coconut.
Okay. No, thank you. I'm
What's up?
good.
Coconut.
No, I'm good. I'm look fine. Thank you.
What's up? Coconut.
I don't need a coconut. Thank you. Come on. Chúc mừng năm mới. What he was going on about. He kept saying photo, photo. Like I was gonna walk up and take a photo and then be like, that's it, I'm out. And go back immediately. Xin chào.
Maybe wanted you to take a photo with the coconut.
Maybe. Maybe it's a coconut that takes photos.
Like it's some kind of weird Gilligan's Island / James Bond technology.
Exactly. Cafe Côte d'Or. Cafe Côte d'Or.
Cafe shop, yeah, cafe Vietnamese.
Côte d'Or.
Cafe dừa.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. As I'm getting the shade as I wait and show you the beach area.
Xoài
Scott, did I interrupt your last thing you said? I apologize.
No, I don't think so.
Would you like me to interrupt you? Start talking, I'll do it.
I was going to remind you.
Ah! Oh, sorry. I didn't have anything to say, so I just screamed. Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean,
that was my interrupting.
That's a valid tactic, I suppose.
I like to use it in every argument I get into. I just scream and scream and sometimes pull up my hair.
Well, that's certainly a debating tactic.
Is it famously used by all the best debaters?
Yeah, that's how Lincoln won his debate against Douglas, I believe.
Score and rah! Famous. Quite the strategy.
Quite the strategy, Mr. Lincoln. You are
Genius.
You're a cunning linguist, Mr.
Oh.
Mr. Lincoln, I'll give you that. Da, 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 da. Well,
Well,
oh, I don't know. Well, this is nice. Look at this.
see him making my drink. Oops. It's not super secret. You put it in a blender.
I mean, was that supposed to be like a secret Vietnamese procedure or something?
Yes.
All right. A
Handed down
blender.
from ancient
Ancient Cham Dynasty.
Cham Dynasty.
Yes, the Cham Dynasty passed down its. Oh my gosh, it's really thick.
Yeah. This is coconut coffee.
Oh.
Getting the last little bit out.
Heavy on the coconut, it seems.
It's coconut flavored. It's not. There's
Oh,
not like chunks of coconut in it.
Oh. Too bad. You could have bought a coconut and put it into your coffee.
You put in like coconut milk from what you get from the store.
You could just put a
It's called
straw
milk or
into
cream.
a coconut.
Do you have a bank app?
ครับ
QR code?
Sorry.
That's all right. Let's see. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Cheers. Thank you.
This QR code?
This
No. Scanning. To scan your bank? Oh, wow. It's on the roof.
Oh, it's on the roof? Wow.
Yeah. I'll show you in just a second. Bao nhiêu tiền?
40 40. Oh, how are you?
Hi. No, thank you. No, thank you. Come in.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll show you where it was. Huh? I can't see anything. You're still frozen.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. So
Oh, wow.
they got the little things that flop up on the side here.
Uh-huh.
He's got it posted up there.
Oh,
Not
that's
easy to
neat.
spot. All right, come on,
It's got
chicken them way.
Limited wall space there, so that's clever.
Yeah, that's right. Might as well. Now, plenty of people stay out here.
Yeah, it's nice.
There are hotels along the along the beach. Probably need to pay for these lounge chairs. Oh, this is a much busier beach than I thought it was going to be.
Wow.
Wow, yeah. Wow is right.
I mean, it's a decent number of people, but I wouldn't say it's like super crowded.
It's not crowded, but if these chairs are any indication of these lounge areas, I'll bet it gets crowded at a different time. No, it's not this time of year. You can rent little water things. I was gonna say paddleboard and boogie board, but I don't really know what those words mean.
Okay.
So I'll just refrain from telling you what it is, and it's ocean equipment for being in the ocean.
A submarine? What is that?
What is what?
It looks like a
cord?
line. Yeah, what is that?
It looks like someone ran a cable line out to SpongeBob SquarePants' house. It's like a rubber. No, it's just a hose. It's not. Yeah, it's like a rubber water hose. So I'm guessing it's draining something.
Oh, I hope it's not the ocean.
Yes, we can get one of these relaxy things, which I might before I go. I don't know how much time you've got left in you, but I'll need to eat. What time is it? Soon. And then I may come sit down here at the ocean for a few minutes and say some things on camera.
And say some wise words. I'll dispense my wisdom by the seaside.
That's right.
Oh,
Work out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. You're just like, hey, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, all right.
Trying to work out if these beachfront properties are all restaurants or restaurant hotel combos. I mean, we'll pop up and see one where it's over with. I just want to walk a bit and see what the beach is, what's going on here. It's not the worst beach. I kind of thought because it just happened to be close to the historic town that it was just kind of a forced, like, here's some sand, so we'll make a place for people to stay on the beach. It's actually a nice beach. It's a continuation of the one that was in Da Nang. Have you learned Happy New Year yet?
In Vietnamese, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant, have you learned to be happy in the new year? And I went,
You've had over a month. You've had a month and a half. Have you learned to? Have you reached enlightenment yet?
no.
Excuse me. Okay, I guess that's no to both.
Yeah, it's no to both.
I'm just asking because I'm trying to say it to everyone.
Well, yeah. I'd know if I heard it. Yeah, because you've been saying it over and over. I imagine.
Oh, okay. Yes. Chúc mừng năm mới.
Oh. Precisely.
Precisely. I think it's moi, and salt is muy. So you don't want to wish them the happy salt.
Happy salt, everybody.
Enjoy your salt. It's salty.
Things is about to get salty.
Oh my. That's I don't know what this is. Maybe it was a restaurant. They had a pool.
I was going to say that's definitely a pool.
Yeah, and that's a guy with a fish on the wall. Oh well. I mean, it might have been part of this place over here. They do have similar color schemes.
That's true. Come visit our second location.
Across this walkway. Shore Club, Bang Bang Beach. No.
Oh, Shore Club. I don't know why I thought you said it was the Shore Club. Oh, you're in the club for sure.
For sure.
You're coming down to the club. Everyone's very sure of themselves. Shore Club.
Okay.
With club confidence, they call us.
Club confidence. I like that their advertisement says, "Can you share?"
Kind of guilting you into it, aren't they? Sounds like your parent. Well, can you share? You just got your coconut coffee. It looks like it might, if left out in the sun, it would make a great mortar for your brick house.
What?
Yeah, it just looked very thick. It was very thick. But anyway.
But it's ice. Left out in the sun, it will turn to water.
You should share. Can you not share with your siblings?
Good advice. Sharing is caring.
Maybe you should put it up on the internet.
The internet?
Yes, the very one.
Okay. All right.
It was a QR code and everything, so sharing on the internet. This is a touristy destination.
It is a touristy destination, yes.
There's a lot of white folks.
Yes, I noticed that. Yeah, it's a big stop. Big international stop.
Which is fine. I'm not against white folks, being one myself. No. But you just notice. Obviously, probably not a lot of locals. Just say.
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly. Well, if you mean the beach here specifically, yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's just what I'm talking about. Just the last few minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. White people love the beach. I don't know what it is. More than others, it seems.
It's our Nordic heritage.
Yeah, is that right?
I don't know.
Either.
Could be. I don't know.
Like, it's a long way to temporary. Oh, that is a restaurant. I was just about to wish for some restaurants.
Make another wish.
Wait, will it work? Oh, this is cool. Can you guess what this is? You can't, unless you can see it, and then it's not really a guess.
It's a book of some kind.
It's a menu.
Oh.
So you can order on the beach, and they'll bring it out to you.
Oh, wow. Thought it was going to help you identify things that might crawl out of the sea at you.
Is this attacking you?
Is this coming at you? Is it attacking? If the answer is no, it will in a few minutes. The closer it gets.
Just wait.
Wait another moment and answer this question again. Oh.
Hi. I mean, I think this is a good view. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I'm starting to say sillier stuff than usual, so must be running out of steam.
All right, I understand. Well, yeah, I'll switch the camera around to say goodbye since this is our last episode for a while.
Oh,
You
all
just press
right.
buttons. I love buttons.
Oh, buttons.
Buttons the cat.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I was just thinking. Buttons.
Oh my god.
Oh my
I was
God. I'm projecting my thoughts halfway across the planet.
Scott, do you have any final thoughts on Da Nang and or Hoi An?
It really does seem like a lovely couple of places there. Da Nang obviously is a little bigger city than
Hoi An.
yeah. Sorry.
No, you're right. Hoi
And
An is small.
so, but they both have their charms.
They do. Yeah.
So,
I enjoyed them both, but I gotta say, if you go to Da Nang first, you're probably gonna like Hoi An better because I was just exhausted after Da Nang. Did I say
yeah.
that backwards? If you go to Da Nang first, you're gonna like Hoi An better because I was just exhausted. I got here, and this place, even if you go and do the stuff, it's just more laid back. The whole thing, things you do are, diddle around, look at this little site for a second, and then go have a coffee and whatever, and it's just a lot more relaxing. Like today,
Yeah,
I'm just at the beach.
you can tell it's a much smaller town kind of vibe here.
Yeah.
So,
Certainly.
yeah.
Okay, well, Scott, I appreciate you joining. You joined frequently, and I appreciate that. Allowed me to start each day with someone to chat with.
Well, I'm glad I can make it. Thank you for having me. As always. Sorry I can't stay later, but
I understand. It really. I mean, do you mind if we discuss why that is, or not in depth? But
why I
you've
can't
mentioned it
stay
on the show.
later? I get tired. I'll be
No, I understand.
47 a week or so, and then just run out of energy.
Oh, I thought it messed with your blood sugar levels. Is it not true?
Being late, staying up late.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as I'm not, eating more of things that I, shouldn't eat, or too many of things I shouldn't eat, or, as long
So
as
it's
I'm
not
eating.
stuff like sleep
No.
deprivation won't affect your blood sugar.
I don't think that's the case. It's just how you're eating and that kind of thing. I mean, if you got really sleep deprived, I mean, maybe, but generally my blood sugar being out of whack makes me sleepier. That's the effect. So, but yeah, it's just I'm middle aged and I'm not in, I'm not in Hugh Jackman shape, so I get tired easily.
Who is other than Hugh Jackman?
It's just Hugh Jackman. I'm excited about that new Deadpool Wolverine movie that's coming out.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, they just dropped the trailer for it. I'm excited about it. I really enjoyed the first two Deadpool movies.
Yeah, I did too. I thought they were good.
So.
They were fun. I think I didn't watch the first one when it first came out because I thought it wasn't going to be good. And then I saw it on a plane, like when I was trapped on a plane. Speaking of like the real horror of flying is having to watch their choice of movies. But this one was actually very good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. The
He left.
oh, look at that Doge.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be on camera.
He didn't. As soon as I picked the camera up to show him, he's like, "I'm out."
He just wanted in 5 states. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, there's another Planet of the Apes movie coming out soon.
Okay.
It's got CGI apes in it. and they're
What's
doing
not to
them.
like about that?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the ones with Andy Serkis pretty well.
Why do you need to do CGI apes? Feels like real apes are available.
I don't know. I guess I think partly it was because they could, and also because they probably were wanting them to do things that you couldn't really get a chimpanzee or an ape to do.
Oh.
Especially in the kind of the numbers they had in some of the scenes. But and then as the series went on of those movies, the apes kind of became more human, I guess as it were.
Are they more human than human?
In some cases, because of their gentle hearts. But I like those okay.
Yeah.
And there also there was a trailer for a movie adaptation of Wicked, the Wizard of Oz related novel, and then stage play later on.
I was gonna say it's a stage play.
Yeah.
Became a stage play.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know a little about it, obviously. But I was like, oh well, this looks very cool. Like the look of it, the magical aspects of it looked really, really cool. And I was like, well,
what do you mean the magical aspects?
There was like a train going to the Emerald City, and then how they showed the wizard, instead of it being like a face projected with a projector, like in the Judy Garland version, it was more like a bunch of moving cogs. The face was, and it's hard to describe, but it looked really interesting. And so that was neat. It was something like it looked whimsical, like there's no way this would work, but yeah.
Right. That's nice. Sounds good.
But Jen says she's not really looking forward to it. She's been a big fan of the Wicked novel and the stage play and stuff. She said that she's read that they really cut out all the lesbian undertones.
There were lesbian undertones in that?
There were.
I've never seen or read it, so I had no clue.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to give it away.
I mean, worry more about spoiling it for the audience. But it is like 20 some odd years old now, I think. So. Story.
And then they cast Ariana Grande to play, I can't think, Glinda Glinda, Glinda in the Wizard of Oz, she has become the Good Witch of the East, but
you're right.
Or the North.
The East and West are bad. They're the bad witches.
That's right. Sorry.
North and South.
She's the Good Witch of the. Yeah. And Jen said she didn't like that casting, so I don't know much about it.
Wait, who did they cast?
Ariana Grande.
Oh, okay. That's a singer, right?
She's a singer and an actress. She's one of the young people that started out on a Disney Channel show when she was a teenager.
And then finally got recognized, huh?
Yeah, she's much bigger, I think, as a singer. I mean, I assume it's going to be a musical, just like the stage show. I don't know that, but I mean, that's why you would cast people who can sing really well. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan, but I mean, she's a decent singer and she has acting experience, but I don't know.
I wonder if they have look like. I see things that look like, but they don't have it in. Oh, yeah. There we go.
I thought that was some kind of obscure Wizard of Oz character I'd never heard of.
Look like the dwarf.
Do you remember from like the 80s? It was a Disney made movie called Return to Oz. Do you remember? Did you ever see that film?
I don't think so, but you know, there were a lot of books that were written by the original author that were, you know, sequels.
Yeah, it was a big series of books.
It
I
was,
mean,
yeah.
as in a lot
Was
of them.
this
Yeah.
not as in it was very popular?
Well, I'm sure it was. I mean, he wouldn't have kept writing them. I don't think if they weren't selling.
Well, he might if he were mad. Mad.
Mad with Power.
Oh no, not with power.
Frank L. Baum. Mad with Power.
You're mad with power.
Yeah, there was a movie in the 80s called like Return to Oz, and it was frightening.
He disappeared. Yeah, it was frightening for children.
I was young at the time, and it was a little frightening for me. Yeah. I know the 80s were full
Like
of
a
frightening
children's movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. What that look like?
Oh, look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What it look like? And a strawberry smoothie or yogurt, whatever it is. Yeah.
Watermelon yogurt.
Oh, it's watermelon. Yes, watermelon.
Yogurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott. Sorry, I just had to order.
Oh no, that's okay. I saw them like walking up behind you, and I was like, "Oh no, Wesley's about to get ninja'd."
I think it's just keeping the sun and sand off their faces.
Yeah.
Although that doesn't mean they're not ninjas.
That's true. A real true ninja would blend in.
As she has.
Yeah.
Quite skillfully. By getting a job here and working it for 20 years. I really feel like this is going to tip over because, you know, the higher up the camera is, the more likely it's going to tip over.
The 80s were a time when there were scarier live action fantasy movies for children than I think later on.
What? Now we talked about this before. Did we list them? Because that's one I've not heard of it, but okay, that's one. Gremlins were definitely on the list. There were multiple. Were there only 2 Gremlins movies?
There were 2 Gremlins movies. Yeah, they were pretty far apart, if I remember correctly, though.
Was the second one in the 90s?
It may have been 89, or it may have been because it had a joke about Batman that had just Batman 89, which had happened about the same time. So
okay, all right. Well, so I could at least that light. Well, what else? There's I feel like the Never-Ending Story falls into that category.
Yes, it was traumatizing.
It was.
The Labyrinth. What was the other one with the Jim Henson one? What am I thinking of? Oh, I know people who would skin me right now because I don't know this.
There was one where I never watched it. I don't. It doesn't really. It's not in my memory, but I'm vaguely aware of one where there was a demon and
Legend. That was Legend.
That was Legend. Okay.
Yeah, that was the one with the best devil costume ever created by a human. with Tim Curry.
Yes, yeah, that's it.
The Dark Crystal. That was the
Dark Crystal. Yeah. That's the Jim Henson one. Okay, yeah.
I haven't seen that one, but it just scary images. It seems like, but
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And then, suddenly by the end of the 80s, parents were like, "Oh, kids can't handle this stuff."
Well, I'm not sure what possessed them to think it was a good idea to begin with.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't either. It's kind of a weird thing. I froze the screen. I'm coming back in 2 seconds. So.
A lot of the fairy tales we The original, like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, were pretty dark.
Yeah, grim.
So
It's
they were grim.
it's appropriate that they're called Grimm's fairy tales because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them are not really like stuff you should be telling children. I don't think. I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but things like terrorizing children is the wrong idea because kids don't have as good a grasp, at least at a certain age. They don't have as good a grasp on fantasy versus reality. I mean, to be fair, a lot of adults don't.
Yeah.
So telling them those kind of stories seems bad. I'm just gonna angle it. There we go. It would also help the lighting.
Well, and I think a lot of that was those were obviously adaptations of folk tales that had been around in that part of the world for a while. Part of it was to keep your kids near the house, especially after dark, so they wouldn't, run off into the woods and get killed because animals and stuff was still.
For most of human history, animals running up and grabbing children and taking them off to eat them was literally a real problem.
Right. Yeah. So.
True.
And this Christmas, I learned of another terrifying Scandinavian tale of the Yule. I think it was the Yule cat. It was a giant cat that would roam.
Cat.
Yeah, a giant cat that would roam around in the snow after Christmas. And if you weren't wearing your new clothes that you got for Christmas, cat would eat you. So basically this story was like, you better be grateful for them. Yeah, it's not toys, but you better be grateful for them new clothes your dad or your grandma hand wove for you. Or the giant cat will eat you.
Come on. This is the watermelon yogurt. Yummy.
Oh my gosh. And it's in a fun shaped glass.
Yes. Definitely not on my list of must-haves. Must have my beverages out of uniquely shaped glasses.
Mm-hmm. That's the only way when you're on vacation.
My information, Scott, says compared to the more touristy Quasi Beach, Umbang Beach remains relatively calm and uncrowded, offering a more relaxed and authentic beach experience. Are they joking? It's not crowded right now. I'm not saying it, but just looking at the number of chairs, this does not seem like it's not like it's an undiscovered beach.
I mean, I guess it is by some standards, but not by mine, I guess. But I haven't been to a lot of beaches in my life. The Florida Gulf Coast and the Florida East Coast, and
Florida's got good beaches.
Yeah.
I'm ready to make fun of Florida for whatever reason you would like. I always love to jump, but I actually like Florida. It's part of loving Florida is making fun of it a lot. But the beaches, they are some of the best in the world. This beach right here, it said, stretches from Da Nang up at Sontra Peninsula, where we were the other day, all the way down to, close to here, to the river. It stops at the river. 35 kilometers of beach. That's pretty impressive, and it's a pretty nice beach all the way.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about the same quality beach as you get for Florida, stretching from St. Augustine down to Miami, which is more than 35 kilometers.
It is.
Florida has some really unparalleled beaches.
So if you're gonna go, if you can't go to Bong Beach here, go to Florida.
I mean, wherever you're at, if you're just looking for a beach, go to the closest one. I'm totally mystified by people. who like international travelers who come to someplace like Da Nang and stay on the beach and make it a beach vacation, and like, well, why did you come to Vietnam? I mean, they've got great beaches, so I'm not saying miss them, but you don't need to fly to all the. If you're international, you don't need to fly all the way to Vietnam to just go to the beach. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, if you're from an area where the beaches are decidedly different, like if you showed me a picture of just part of the coastline and part of the beach here, just sand and water, I couldn't probably tell you the difference between that and beaches I've seen in Florida and South Georgia and places like that. You know, it's sand and it's water. But if you're going somewhere where the beaches are rocky or the beaches are
Yeah, sure.
cliffs or stuff, yeah,
black sand beaches or something like that.
Yeah. That's worth flying to or away from to get to a different type of beach. But something like that, I mean, I'm sorry.
I agree.
If there are people who are big beach people, I'm sure you'll find reasons to disagree with me on this. But yeah, that just looks like a nice beach at Florida, just with more chairs.
Yeah, they do have a lot of chairs.
Yeah, if you're there, see it, but I don't see like going there specifically from here, especially. You know?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, again, I'm not saying miss the beach if you're coming to Vietnam or coming to this area, but excuse me, it just doesn't make any sense to me to come all the way here and then make your whole vacation a beach vacation. Of course, I don't know what's going on with individual people. I'm not criticizing anyone individually, but out of all of these lighter toned people here, most of them, I think, had to come from elsewhere.
That's what I was getting at earlier too. Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not like crapping on people. If you like, I mean, if that's your idea of a good time, I mean, cool. Nobody's getting hurt. It's fine.
I mean,
it's just not me. You know, it's just not me.
I'm not telling anybody not to do it. I'm just saying I don't understand why.
I don't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. All this way and then lay on the beach. Just lay on the beach.
Yeah.
But some people don't care about other things. And to be fair, if that's their happy, they've discovered how to be happy, then great.
Sure.
I like to go see stuff.
See stuff? You're in the right place. You're on the beach.
That's the sea right there. I do like the ocean.
I don't dislike the ocean or beaches. I'm just saying, like, you know, maybe I'm spoiled by being so near to Florida and all that, you know. But
yeah,
if I was
Southerners are spoiled. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if I was gonna go somewhere far away, for me at least, to a beach, it would be somewhere in like the Northeast or the West Coast, Canada, not British Columbia, Northwest, you know, that kind of stuff, to see those kinds of beaches rather than what I'm used to.
Yeah. I'd like to travel in Canada. That's a place I've never been. Quite a large country.
Yeah. It's still largely uninhabited too, or sparsely populated, I should say.
Yeah. There's no one up there if you don't count Canadians.
I love Canadians.
Well, yeah, I love counting them. One.
One Canadian.
We should be able to make the into the word Canuck. Should work on that.
Yeah, I'll try to workshop that a little bit between now and next time we go counting Canadians. Counting Canadians is my new the name of my next album. Yeah, my next band. Counting Canadians.
It's a good name. It's a good band name.
Thank you.
Hey, did I bring my sunglasses? I did. I could put them on and not be blind.
Joe Cool.
Oh,
or Joe Biden.
Oh. Is he going to get reelected?
I don't know.
I gotta. Oh, go ahead.
If I could see the future, I'd go buy a lotto ticket.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I think that he's not gotten everything done that he wanted to get done, but he has gotten a lot done that has helped the U.S. I mean, we've not gone into as much as the interest rate thing sucks as far as paying back loans and things like that. It's kept us out of a recession. The stock market, again, these are not really my indicators, but traditional indicators of the economy's well-being. Stock market's really high. Unemployment is really low. GDP and number of jobs and wages and stuff like that keep going up. And he was coming out of the pandemic when he started his term, and it's just gone up from there. So I think our country has certainly weathered that storm a little better than maybe some others. And I'm not saying others have done a crap job. I just think maybe we've done maybe slightly better. And I think that's because of the presidency. So I think he's done pretty well. Is his age an issue? Sure. The other guy's presumptive candidate on the other side is also quite old. So
Yeah, they're both very old.
Both very old.
I'm not. I agree with the people who say that age, should be a consideration here when we're talking about this advanced age, because I mean, things can start to go wrong for people when you get to be that old. So,
no, I'm not saying it shouldn't be a consideration. What I have an issue with is that seems to be all you hear about. Like, Biden, he's just so old, and it's beginning to feel like her emails all over again. And it's like you're not looking at the job performance here. Yes, that's an issue, but look at this stuff over here too.
Well, also, it looks like the other guys are going to put up a candidate who is just as advanced in age. I mean, maybe they're not exactly the same age, but they're in the same range.
Yes, I think Joe Biden's 81 and Trump is 77. I believe are their ages.
The problem, of course, with Trump is if he loses his mind or begins to lose his mind as he gets older, how will you be able to tell?
Right. Yeah.
He's never made any sense. Nothing that comes out of his mouth, connects to anything in reality. He's completely cuckoo. I do not understand how he made it as far as he did without someone in the media pointing out this man is insane. He's just completely bonkers. Besides individual comments that he's made. I remember, in debates, the classic gotcha question from the moderators is always about the nuclear triad. You know, that one where they go, "What do you think about the nuclear triad? Is it wearing a nice sweater today?" Or they just ask some stupid question, and then they wait to see if the candidate knows what the nuclear triad is.
Mm-hmm.
And often the candidate will bumble around, and it'll be in the news the next day. Oh, he didn't know what it was. Didn't know what it was. He can't be president if he doesn't know what that is. And that's been, for some reason, they've been able to stump candidates for years, election or campaign after campaign in these debates. And the same thing happened to Trump, and he clearly did not know what it was and just started babbling about nothing, and no one called him on it. No, not one person in the media the next day said, "Well, obviously that's an evasion." He didn't. He didn't. Answer it with anything that would give evidence that he knew what the question meant.
I think the larger.
Just an example.
Well, I think the largest issue with Donald Trump is that he is a fascist, and that he tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power after the
That's a big one.
The last election. Basically tried to self-coup, and that's the biggest problem. the next biggest problem is that he has no platform except
That he doesn't like Biden.
that he doesn't like a whole host of people in this country.
Right.
Different groups for different reasons. And I'm trying real hard to be, not cause a stir her own channel, but
Thank you, Kinlan.
um
Let me show you the
that
lap.
that also a lot of that feeds into the whole fascism thing. You got to have groups to punch down at, to blame.
Yep.
And
True that.
he has no policy. The only policy is I don't like anything I don't agree with. I hate it. It's the worst thing ever. And I'm not going to agree to anything else. I'm right about everything.
Right.
So and he gives people permission to, oh wow, that was great.
It's very tasty. I mean, I haven't tasted it yet.
By being the president, and formally now, of course, and being influential, he gives people permission to act that way.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
he enables people who would already like to behave badly. He's the enabler that says, "Yeah, go ahead and do it."
Yeah, it's societally fine. Look, we're all doing it. Look, we're all thinking that way.
Right. Yep.
And he has been convicted in a civil trial by a jury of his peers that he sexually assaulted that lady, Eugene Carroll.
Well, he's lost the defamation suit too, right?
That too. I'm that too, but I'm going to go ahead and say that probably sexually assaulting the lady is a much worse thing.
Oh, right, yes, but I mean, after he did it, he added insult to injury by walking around and bad mouthing her.
Yes, and he owes her a ton of money currently.
Yeah, we hope that she'll get.
I don't understand how. I don't understand. Like you, it's like, how is he still
a viable candidate for the Conservative Party, no less?
Yeah. With all these, well, okay. Well, I don't know how much I want to. I don't know how much we want to get into all that. I mean, I've got
much as you want to. Much as you want to. I've said before we're not going to talk politics on the show, but what I meant was international. Like, I don't want to get rejected for any visas because we badmouth some country. That was all I ever meant. We can talk about whatever you want.
This is I think we're seeing the culmination of a perfect storm of 20 plus years of, probably more like 30 at this point, 30 years of conservatives saying, don't believe the rest of the media. They're lying to you. Only my point of view, our point of view is correct. They're all lying.
Yeah.
They're covering things up. They're being political too. And thus it's all hogwash. The continued lack of education, funding, and importance in America has contributed
importance
to this.
Of education, you mean?
Yes, the importance of education.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The idea that opinions are just as important as facts.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Opinions not accurate.
Opinions are important and should be heard out, and some should be respected unless they're just batshit crazy or offensive or terrible. But especially when you're dealing with stuff like policy and court cases and science and things like that,
Yeah.
your opinion, it doesn't matter.
Right. Exactly.
So that
You certainly hear people say stuff like that, especially when they're talking about the law. They're like, well, we'll talk about, some case of someone's in court for whatever, and someone will always go, here's what I think they ought to do. They would just throw away the book, not ever let him out again. I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with the law. You may think that should happen, but that's completely a moot, beside the point.
yeah, it's probably good you weren't put on the jury then.
Right.
So I think it's a lot of, you're seeing all that come to a head. You're also seeing the fact that the baby boomer generation is getting old and they're scared and their faculties are failing, and not all of them, but a lot of them.
Okay.
And they want somebody to tell them it's going to be okay, and everything you believed all those years is just fine, when the world is saying no, we want something different. And it's just, so they're looking for that's coupled with the fact that everybody knows in a few years white folks are not going to be the majority in this country. There's not going to be a majority for quite some time anymore. Racially, ethnically. They're scared.
We know.
They're scared of losing their power, and then part of them are afraid, oh my God, are they going to treat us like we've treated them all these years?
No, thank you.
And it's just, so they're clinging to a strong man who they think will keep them safe, even if it means giving up all their rights.
Oh yeah, they don't care about that anyway.
Because they think they'll get to keep their rights, and he'll go after the people that don't deserve those rights, who are bad or broken or immoral or whatever.
I heard my father say many years ago that they should lock up anyone who's suspected of a crime, because then they'll know at least that they got the criminal somewhere in there.
Okay.
Point being that average people have no concept of how or why we have the rights that we have.
I have heard people say things like, well, it's not so bad in jail. They get 3 square meals a day and they don't have to do anything. They've got heat and air conditioning and a TV.
Yeah.
And my counter to that is, well, why don't you go?
Right.
Well, I don't want to go.
Easy to get in, just commit a crime.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be anything terrible. Why don't you go? Well, I was brought up not to do that kind of thing. It's like, well, okay, why don't you go?
Spectacular.
Why don't?
Yeah.
Or I would hear people gripe about how great the people in the housing projects have it. Oh, look, they're renovating the housing projects. Oh, it looks so fancy, says the people living in a 3-story house on a huge plot of land. Oh, it's so fancy. I can't believe they're getting all that with our tax money. And it's like they don't own any of that. They don't have any of that.
Right, it's not even theirs.
It's basic sustenance stuff. I mean, if it's so great, why don't you sell your property and just go live there?
Well, I've always said the same thing about taxes. When rich people complain about taxes, I'm like, well, why don't you just give all your money away? You won't have to pay any taxes. You'll be poor and you don't have to worry about taxes. Problem solved, bitch.
Well, the other part about that is there's a lot of evidence in that book that they like to thump at people that says giving away all your money is the thing to do.
That's the thing to do, y'all.
Yeah, and it's not even just Jesus. I'm pretty sure Buddha pretty much kind of says the same thing. Like, you don't want to be rich. All those attachments and stuff to the real world, to the material will weigh you down spiritually. And it's like, yeah, you don't see people giving all their shit away. And besides,
Yeah.
you're one of those rich millionaire people who obviously works hard. You can just keep working hard and make it all back again.
You'll be a millionaire again in just a few minutes.
Very short amount of time. It'll be great.
Yeah.
But it's worrying. I think it's a worrying time. And
Yeah.
it has been since 2016, I think, about how much
I know. As soon as I left this country, it just went straight to shit.
It's worrying how many people it seemed like are willing to let the government
Emily,
do whatever they want to do and not really represent them at all. Now, I'm not saying,
yeah,
I'm not saying all the politicians are pure as a driven snow on one side or the other. Because they're not. I think some of them up there are honest and want to try to do what's right by people and do the kind of job that we're told in our history and civics textbooks that they're up there to do. There's some of them, I'm sure, but it's just not many. But it seems like more and more of them don't want to even listen to the people. They don't like the results of an election. They'll just overturn it.
Right. That used to be what we would do to other countries.
That used to be the kind of things we would condemn other countries for doing, yeah.
Or do it ourselves.
Yeah. I see. Yeah.
Now we do it to ourselves.
Well, bringing those jobs back to America.
the government overturning jobs.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Seems to be.
Must be why Trump failed.
There's just so many, it seems like mental gymnastics that have to be done to keep this paradigm in place. And we love America so much, we're going to overturn we're going to try to disrupt the free transfer of power. We love the cops so much, we're going to beat some of them half to death with flagpoles and stuff like that to get into Congress and all that. It's just, I don't understand it. And I don't know.
Ooh, banana orange lassi. That sounds good.
Oh, sorry. This is the very grim.
Yeah. Yes. Come on. I was so grim I had to order a lassi.
Oh.
Which is what I thought I was getting the first time, but it's more liquidy.
Anyway, sorry, folks. This is supposed to be good times, and
this is supposed to be a happy occasion. What I really want to talk about is what did we learn from this week of live streaming?
Well, I learned about those sculptures that was in that amusement park, those giant stone sculptures. That was really neat. I didn't know such things existed, so that's cool.
The hands holding the bridge?
Yeah, and those cable cars. I've been on a
cable car, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm sure you and I both have been on cable cars, like in Gatlinburg and Tennessee mountains and stuff, but those you were on there just seemed like they were much longer.
It said that it held the record for the world's longest cable car. I can't remember if it said the world's longest cable car system or the world's longest stretch of one cable car.
I believe it.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think we got on the longest one. I don't think it was running. It wasn't busy enough. But there's one that goes directly from the top all the way down to the parking lot, and that one is. I imagine that one's the longest.
Whoa.
Well, actually, it held the record for world's longest until 2022. That was I guess a longer one was built. I didn't ask. I just assumed. What else? Oh, you like the hands? Okay.
I like that park was neat. The part of it I
Yeah.
saw was neat. I liked all the sculptures. That was cool, like the historical
Oh, in the China
sculptures.
Museum.
Yeah,
That was a cool
neat.
museum.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. That paired really well with Mison.
Paired really well with this wine.
With the site, the archaeological site.
Oh, I wasn't
Russ
there
tuned
for
into
that.
that. You weren't there. No, Russ tuned up for that one.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the place where those types of it was one of the sites that they actually got some of the sculptures from. The museum had sculptures from multiple sites, but most of what was left at Mison Sanctuary was just like the foundations and the brick, what was left of the brick structures. A lot of that was destroyed by American bombing. I gotta be totally honest. I find that kind of stuff reserved here. Like they don't throw it in your face and go. They go, the Americans bombed this, and what they'll say is the Americans bombed this, and it shows how the horrors of war and why we should all try to avoid it. And strangely, they don't say it shows what dickholes the Americans are, and they should all suck a dick. That's what I would probably say.
Well, I guess it's nice of them to forgive and forget on it. I guess or not forget, but be very forgiving of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't say they forgave.
Well, that's right.
I wouldn't assume that. No, sir. In fact, current American attempts to, suck up to the Vietnamese government to try and get them on their side for the South China Sea issues. It seemed very disingenuous if the Americans don't plan to actually apologize. Come on. Know what I mean?
I know about the worries that the U.S. government has about the South China Sea. Yeah.
I know about that. I have not heard anything, any recent updates. So I'm not bringing it up because it's a hot topic today issue.
But from this side of it, at least, there was a foreign aid package that was passed by the Senate today. That part of it was for allies in that region of the world, like Taiwan and such, to combat Chinese expansion and efforts in South China Sea, right? Some of it there was also money for Israel. There was money for humanitarian aid for the Palestinians, and there was money for Ukraine. Previously, the Republicans in the House had said, we're not going to vote for any of that stuff unless we do something about the border, the U.S.-Mexican border.
This is one of the holdouts. They were going to hold out until they got their border wishes granted.
Yep. And then, so people in the Senate on both sides worked for months and said, all right, we've got a deal. And nobody is 100% happy, but everybody got something that they wanted and everybody could live with it. Yeah. And we're going to put this aid in there with it because that's what y'all said y'all wanted. And Trump told them, the Republicans in the House, that was a bad idea because he wouldn't have anything to run on if they fixed the border.
Now, this was one of those comments he made publicly, right?
More or less, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So they
He
said
didn't hide.
it wasn't hidden. No. It was reported anyway, thoroughly. It wasn't like, well, this is what we heard. It's like ABC News is saying this is why they're doing it. So the members, the people, enough of the Republicans in the House were like, no, we're not even going to vote on this. But this is what you wanted. This is what you asked for. You're getting a lot with your border stuff that you wanted. This is what you asked for. No, we're not voting on it. And then once they said that, a couple days later, a bunch of the Republicans in the Senate said, yeah, never mind. We don't want that either. They fell in line.
So that he would have specifically so that he would have something to run on later in the year. They're going to not solve problems so that they'll have something to campaign on.
Yes. So they can point at it and say, look at this huge problem. Look, Joe Biden's not doing anything about it.
Right.
Okay, so today the Senate passed this aid package separate from
that was today.
Border stuff. Today or yesterday, yeah. Border stuff. They said, well, we still want to get this done. Y'all weren't happy with the border stuff, so we're going to pass this so we can give money, especially to like Ukraine, to fight Russia. And the Republicans in the House said, no, we're not going to pass that. The Speaker of the House, Johnson, said it doesn't address the biggest problem with that in the U.S., in the nation right now, which is the border. Of course it doesn't. It's a foreign aid package. It has nothing to do with domestic policies. Second of all, y'all said the problem was with the border stuff. Well, here, this is separate. You're not going to pass it either. And they were like, no, we're not going to, because part of it, of course, is because they were told not to, because some people, it seems, are pretty pro-Putin.
It seems that way. For example, people who encourage Putin to invade our allies.
Uh-huh.
I just heard that one. Well, maybe you told me about it. Tell me about it yesterday or something?
Yeah, that was just a few days ago. He said that. And they also realized more pragmatically that the only reason they got Democrats to give up what they did in the former border bill was because they had the leverage of these aid packages. So if they pass the aid packages, they no longer have the leverage to make the Democrats, especially in the Senate, do what they want with the border.
Yeah. Oh.
So they're going to just not pass the aid package apparently until after the election, it seems like, so they can come back to them and say, well, we've run on our issue of y'all doing terrible, y'all not handling the border, so I guess now we got to try to handle it. Y'all still want that aid stuff? You're gonna have to give us stuff on the border. But the problem is it puts it off for till the end of the year basically, and people will die because it's humanitarian aid to Palestine.
Yeah, the Israelis aren't letting it in anyway, though, are they?
Here and there.
I mean, not that we shouldn't approve it.
Yeah, they're letting it in here and there, but it's that situation is a whole nother kettle of fish. But
well, that might fall into the international politics that I somewhat want to avoid. But
yep.
But at the same time, I'm not sure we're going to be able to completely avoid international politics. But
it's also costing lives in Ukraine when they can't resupply their stuff,
right?
With the the equipment that we would be sending them. We're not sending them money for the most part. We send them equipment and materials from what we have, and then we use that money to buy it again from ourselves, generally inside the U.S. So that money is
of course,
going into our economy, which is not something I think people understand. They think we're sending over a check, I guess, to the Ukrainian
just truckloads
government.
of cash.
Yeah, just a big pallet of money. But anyway, yeah, so that's the wackiness that has ensued with that.
With that. Well, I got to say, part of what I like doing this is it's a good distraction from the horrors of the real world.
Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't be talking about all this shit when you're sitting at a nice beach.
You know what?
Coastal paradise.
Scott, we don't get a lot of live viewers. You are welcome to talk about whatever you want to talk about. We're on the stream. If you want to keep something private, of course, don't. But you can talk about whatever you want to talk about because I think, I've said this before, so I'm knocking on wood as I say it now. I think I'm going to be able to start editing some things when I get back because I finally found software that I might actually be allowed to purchase. But I'm going to start editing, and we don't get a lot of live streams. A lot of viewers on the live stream, so I don't worry about it. I will edit, whatever is interesting when I get back, and you don't need to worry about it.
Well,
one of the good things about, and this is kind of the only time I get to talk to somebody, so I'm glad you started talking.
Well, it's I don't feel bad about talking shit about Russia because I don't know that you're going there.
It's on my list.
Really?
I'll only actually, yeah, sure. It's a great culture. It's it would be a fantastic place to go. I doubt I will go while Putin's in charge, but I feel like I'll outlive him. Some maybe in 20 years.
Oh, I don't blame the people of Russia at all about it, but I don't think it would be really safe to be an American over there right now.
No, not right now. It's not high on the list, like in chronologically, but maybe one day in the future. We don't know.
Sure,
you never know what will happen.
You don't, and like I said, I don't blame the people. They're not making these decisions. It's it's the government.
Yeah. I can only hope that people don't blame the citizens when their governments do shitty things, because I'm sitting right here in Vietnam today and being treated very well by the people who live here, despite what my government did in the past.
Yeah. Well,
so I'm.
You've got more in common than the people you're there around right now, and I don't mean the white people from other places. Obviously, I mean the people who were working the restaurants and driving the mopeds and all that kind of stuff. You got more in common with those people than I've got more in common with those people. I'm not even there. I've got more in common with those people than I do with the people in Washington.
Yeah, we're working class people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Don't let that make you think there's no rich people in Vietnam, though.
I don't think that, but I didn't want to insult anybody there, and I don't know. I'm sure there's class everywhere, So
yeah,
but I didn't want to presume that about the people in Vietnam and the people that I know the adults.
Well, in
Washington,
in Hanoi, I see a lot of high-end fancy cars, and I'm sure some of them are like corporate executives because there's probably some branch offices there for international companies, but a lot of them are just diplomats and they're driving around in Bentleys and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't mean to say, oh, there's no rich people there. I mean, you know what I mean, but I also don't want to speak ill of that country. I don't know it, and I don't want to speak ill of the host country you're in now. So they're treating you pretty good, seems like. So
Yeah, very nice.
ain't gonna talk shit.
Don't talk shit, okay?
I ain't gonna talk shit about them.
Well, much appreciated. I was trying to think of what lessons we may have learned for conducting these streams in the future.
Oh, I don't know.
I felt like I was seriously medically not well at the last day of Da Nang. And I just run myself so ragged. And now I realize I had also had allergies. So when I finally figured that out and went and got the pills, it's steadily improving. And I'm sure in a couple of days I'll probably be back to 100. But I'm going to have to take those. That's a travel tip. I repeat, not a travel tip channel, but occasionally we run into things. If you have allergies, not carrying allergy medication can be the worst thing. If you're going anywhere where you think there might be something in bloom, you don't know what's there. There's no way you can know if you've never been there before what you're going to react to. I don't recommend taking allergy medication with you. I recommend taking allergy medication before you go and just take, like, especially if you do the 1 a day things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I take loratadine, and it takes a couple of days for that to work into your system. It doesn't immediately clear everything up, but once it's in there, you're good. You won't have the reaction like you would otherwise. And I'll just take it steadily all through spring here, because I don't know what's in bloom. I don't know what it is, but it's either a lot of different things or it's something that blooms all through the spring, and it has already started. I mean, I came a little farther south, so it may be early for me this year, but honestly, it would start in a few weeks anyway, because we're only a couple of weeks from March.
Yeah.
So it starts in March and it lasts straight on through to summer. I get a few weeks really of reprieve in the summer when I don't have to take pills, and then I'll start it again in the fall, because the fall plants bloom and set me off too. So my advice to people who are traveling is, if you're not sure, you could have a ruined vacation by the time your allergy medication kicks in after you get there, and you only have so much time on vacation. So just take it as if you know you're going to be reacting. If you know you have allergies, that you react to things.
Mm-hmm.
That's medical advice, which you probably shouldn't take from me, but it's just over-the-counter medication.
Again, chat with your doctor.
Yeah, if you have the luxury of medical care, please check with your doctor. I never check with my doctor about anything because I've never had a doctor.
Oh.
But I check with Erica. I'm like, she loves cetirizine. That's her allergy med, and she's all about it. But I know that works for me as well, but it doesn't work quite as smoothly as loratadine. Smooth and delicious.
Smooth sailing. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So I don't know what lesson there is to learn from that. There's a couple of things I could have done differently. Like, I decided to be cute and ride the bike up to Abana Hills, and I think that added to the problem, because being on the back of a bike for that long dries your skin out, which dries you out, which means, is the reason that I got dehydrated so much. So if you're going to do that, fine. I probably should have put some lotion on my face before I took off, and or just make sure you're ready to hydrate when you get there, refill your reserve of water. But another option, especially if you're with somebody, if you're traveling with somebody, is to just take a cab, or actually, I think there's a bus. It takes an extra long time, but if you're not doing a live stream, you're probably fine taking the bus. And By My Hills could have been a full day too. It is a big part of going. If you want to go to a place like that, just dedicate the full day to it. And once you get up there, it's relaxing. It's not like a hectic amusement park type environment. It's pretty relaxing. It's a little French village. And did you see the French village? I forget.
No, I didn't see the French village.
You saw the stone hands, and I think you left shortly after that.
Yes.
Did you remember the wine place that I got the free ticket to?
Yes, I remember that part.
So, yeah, so they included, when I bought the ticket, they included the wine place, and it turned out to be a cellar, but really just a wine store. And it was around the corner, and the ticket was to walk through the cave, which I didn't really care about, but the old cellar. And so I walked in through that, and it was like, okay, it's a cave, I get it. But it cut off the stream, of course. So I was like, I can't even show it, and I wasn't really interested in seeing it to begin with. And then it feeds out into the wine store, which you can also just enter for free from the wine store side. And I was like, okay, well. But the ticket included a glass of wine, and that was nice. Yeah. But I had to go way out of my way and waste a bunch of time going back down to it after lunch. I didn't realize it was there when we were there. So it wasn't really an option to go over to it because I didn't know it was there. But even if I had, it would have been a glass of wine at 10:30 a.m.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, but did you like Banana Hills? What you saw of it?
What I saw of it was neat. Yeah. I mean, I just assumed there was a lot more.
Well, there was more. I mean, you can watch the video. I continued. The French Village was kind of neat, and then there was a temple part. Temples are not rare, and there was nothing historic about that one, so I was less impressed with I was more impressed with the fog, the misty fog, than anything else. I was like, wow, so cool. That was a good view. There was an underground amusement park with, this was the amusement park rides and bumper cars and swings and things like that.
Oh, that sounds neat.
Yeah, it was great. I don't know why they built it underground. It was kind of bizarre. But I mean, I wouldn't put it on the must-do list, honestly. If you're here, if you're in Da Nang for a while, then yeah, maybe you want to go up there and see what it's all about. But it's a long way out of the way, and it's a lot of stuff that I feel like you can really get elsewhere. Not the cable cars. They were neat. That was interesting. I'll give those an A+. I just don't know if that's worth going all the way up there for and paying the ticket to get in.
Mm-hmm.
The little stuff like restaurants and bars and cafes, it's all cute, but it's also, that's Vietnamese culture anyway. So, you could stay in town and get all that. Same with the wine bar. Another thing, when I went out to My Son, it took a while to get out there, and then it took a lot of time to get from that to the next site. And I was talking with Russ, and we had plenty of time to talk because I was in a car for an hour. And the thing was, I think I could have just broke that into 2 streams. So I probably in the future shouldn't be afraid to break up my day into multiple streams. Should that be, advantageous?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
If there's going to be an hour or maybe in 45 minutes between sites, then it may be worth it to just say, hey, thanks for watching, and we got a new stream starting in an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's that. I don't know. Any other thoughts you had about it?
No.
How do you like the information packets I put together? I don't remember if I did that for Hanoi. I don't think I did.
I was looking at one earlier actually, while you were on the bike. I just wasn't sure if I was looking at the right one.
Okay.
But that's on me. Yeah, no, those are good. If you're
Okay, all
more
right.
if you're more on the ball, like Erica is usually got those open and looking at them and reading from them and stuff. She's more on the ball about that stuff than me, but um,
Well, I feel like I did it more for me than anything else because I have a habit of getting to the site and expecting all the information about the site to be presented there. Like, some museums are good about that, and some other sites are good about it, and you can get a lot of information, and sometimes not so much.
mm-hmm.
So I think that's a good backup to have. Right.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, man, I'm fading out.
Okay. All right. Let me check my. I think I've got 3 minutes before I'm headed to the next site. So it's a good timing. If you're ready to go, I'll call for the check or just track somebody down.
Track down that ninja.
Excuse me, waiter ninja.
Well, thanks for having me. I enjoyed the stream. I hope everybody out there in the internet land did too.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I appreciate you coming. Thank you very much.
yeah. Thanks for letting me ramble a little bit too.
You're always welcome to ramble. Like I said, more talking is good according to YouTube experts. So, I, I will say one of the things I wanted to say. I've felt, and one part of the reason I did those information packets, and I think I will keep doing them because I want some information to be able to present, and just to know some facts about what we're seeing. But although I may change the orientation of them in the future. But anyway, part of the reason was like for a while I was concerned that we were not focusing enough on travel.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't concerned with that at first, and then somehow, somewhere along the way, I got concerned with it, and so I kept trying to, reorient our discussions towards travel and travel stuff, and because that's our shtick, right? And I don't know why I got this in my head, but on this trip, I think I've come back around to the other direction. I'm like, aren't we supposed to just be having fun?
Well, I think yes, but I think people were going to tune in to for travel stuff, and I mean, I think you're right when you're just kind of sitting, eating, and sort of looking at the scenery around you. It's all right to talk about whatever, but if you're in transit, but if you're,
I'm not. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm. If you're doing an activity or like wandering a museum, then yeah, I think we need to be talking about that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say that we're going to just discuss something completely unrelated to what's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
We especially the Cham Museum. That was I felt like the whole thing was worth discussing. So we didn't have to force ourselves to talk about it. It was interesting and worth talking about.
Yeah.
But I think I had worried about it because I had gone by some advice that said, if you're a travel channel, you need to, make sure you're presenting what you do and you're doing the travel, and which I kind of agree with still. But then I heard more recently someone like fine tuning that, and she said she was talking about travel specifically, just a general advice channel, but she used travel as her example, and she said you need to know really specifically what your purpose, what your point is on your travel. Like, why are people tuning in? She said there's travel advice channels. That's really all they talk about, and they don't even have to go to where they don't have to go to the place because they're sitting there talking about here's what you should do on vacation, here's how to plan it. And she said if that's your thing, you need to go for that 100%. And if you're the other kind of channel, the other kind of travel channel is the living vicariously channel. Like, you're just watching it to see the place and feel what it's like to be there. And I was like, that's definitely our wheelhouse. We're not the advice channel. Yeah, we'll always have some things will pop up and we'll have some advice to give based on our experience. But I'm not making a channel that's about travel advice.
Okay.
I guess I
Yeah.
could do that. I've worked in travel for a long time, or a long time ago, I should say. And I've traveled a lot, but I don't really want to give people advice on it. The best advice you can give is, you got to have good sense, a good head about you. It's when you travel, things happen that you're not going to expect, that you did not plan for, and you've got to be able to adapt on the spot. That's the best advice I could give. But point being, like we're the Living Vicariously channel, so it's not really so important for us to rattle off a list of facts about a place, or to try to be the experts on the chime culture or chime sculpture or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, just to go there and experience it and chat naturally with what comes up and enjoy ourselves. What you think?
Okay. That's fine. I mean, I think it. I think you don't have to stick to whatever I hate to use this word formula or stick is. You don't have to stick to that 100% of the time. Obviously, like it's some kind of ironclad thing, but
You don't have to
that's
stick to the shtick.
you don't have to stick to the shtick. But yeah, I think we should, since you're kind of figuring out what the identity of the channel is, yeah, I mean, try to lean into it for sure.
All right.
So,
well, despite all that, that's just lessons we've learned this time, and I feel like we did a good job. I feel like we did 6 good days of travel, and we should pat ourselves on the back for that.
well, you do that because I didn't do anything but sit in front of my computer and talk.
I think you only missed one day. Is that 1 or 2?
Well, yeah, but you were on way longer than I was here for most of them. I mean, I wasn't doing the hard work. I mean,
yeah,
I was just sitting here talking.
Well, I'm glad to know I'm not causing you medical issues when you sit up. That you're just tired, and I don't sit up late either. Last night I was in bed by 8 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I mean I have the luxury right now of being able to sleep in a little bit, but I still get tired.
Yeah.
So on that note, I'm gonna go do that.
All right, enjoy your sleep, and I guess I'll put out an announcement when. Well, I guess I'll just worry about putting out the edited videos. That'll be the next thing this channel does.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty. I'll talk to
enjoy your
everybody
sleep.
later. All right. Bye.
Thanks again. Bye. All right, we got to find a QR code to scan, and I am going to start talking more to you guys and not playing music. Let's see, I have 0 viewers now, so that's exactly fine. That's exactly fine. Okay, let's go find that QR code and then scan and vamoose. We're ready to head back to that museum that I don't know if we're going to get into because I'm not buying a 5. I'm not going to buy a 5 ticket thingamajig just to get into one museum. That's crazy. Whoa, hello. All right, let me open up the Who's My Watson over here. We didn't really talk about the beach. I'm not going to hit the thing yet because I don't want to be in a rush. I was just ready to go. It's like the definition of being in a rush. Hi, do you have a? Oh, you're the reorient. Do you have a QR scanner? Bank transfer app scanner? Ah. Oh. You guys are frozen. I'm just waiting to pay.
Mất wifi rồi.
He also uses Vietcom Bank.
Wifi nó
No Wi-Fi. Well, good. Well, you just need a code.
rồi. Đây đây, wifi này. Nó sổ này. Chuyển tiền này, ông chuyển tiền qua này. Có wifi không? Không có wifi này. Rồi, có rồi. Cái này có rồi kìa. Đấy. Rồi.
Bao nhiêu tiền?
Tốn mình qua
2
chu chu chu
220.
yes 220.
Yeah, I already got it.
Thank you.
Okay, come in. Thank you. Okay, that took a minute. Couldn't get the Wi-Fi to work. All right, let's mosey on to that museum. Museum fun. Oh, well, I haven't been talking much. Beach dog. All right, let's go. Just gonna walk back to where he dropped me off. Seems to be a central location. Works. It is interesting to me. Scott mentioned it. It's it's interesting to see how, when you travel internationally, um, certain groups cluster in certain places and at certain hotels. And when I say certain groups, I mean white people. He's like, there's a lot of white people on that beach, and he's right. It's almost surprising that we're in Vietnam. I'm not sure why, unless people are like, I want to see the cool old town, but also I'm not going to miss the opportunity to be on the beach. I am just going to guess these are mostly Europeans, because in lots of places in Europe, this weather that we're having right now would be considered totally warm enough to go to the beach. I'm wearing long pants, not long sleeves, long pants, and wearing my shoes, and that's because it's not at all hot, not in the least. To me, it has to be hot before you want to go to the beach, because the beach is kind of a hassle to me. You gotta change either when you get there or after you leave. I guess you could avoid it if you're not going anywhere else, but you kind of gotta change. Get sand all over you. The beach is not super pleasant to me. I like the ocean, it's pretty. I like the rolling waves, but if I'm being honest, I cannot remember if it was here or down there. Well, I'm gonna keep walking. No, there was a lot more. There's the coffee place and all that stuff was definitely farther down. Not sure what islands are out there, or if you guys can see it on the screen, but off in the distance, I will put some music on for the bike ride, because it's just noise. It's just wind noise. So it's probably not something that will ever make it into a future edited video, but it is just a bike ride. I'm still looking, still trying to think of who might want to be an additional host. None of the people who've volunteered, I didn't really volunteer, none of the people that I roped into doing it so far can do it with a great deal of consistency. Scott won't sit up late, and Erica gets sick fairly often, not unusual. Yuri comes on occasionally, but you really have to prompt him nonstop to get him to do it, which is why he's usually not on. If I don't send him a message just a few minutes before we go on, then he won't be there. And he's also, I'm not sure exactly what he's thinking about it, but he's always logging on the phone, and then the phone is not stable, and then he'll switch to the computer, and then he won't finish the uploads, so he can't be in any future edited videos. So it's not terribly helpful. All right, well, it's fun to see the beach. To be honest, I thought it was going to be a lot fewer people. I did not think it was going to be a popular beach. That kind of surprises me. No, thank you. All right, let's hit that grab. First, let's figure out where we're going. Hoi An Museum of History and Culture, and we're just going to try it. Oh, I don't have grab open. Oh, that's right. I had to close it because it drains the battery. Okay. Hoi An Museum of History and Culture. Eating and then being active is a terrible idea. Okay. Hello. It's not giving me a keyboard. All right, hold on. Okay. Okay. Hoi An Museum of History and Culture. Bao Tang Lik Su Vai Nan Hoa. 3.9 kilometers. Yeah, sure. Well, it looks like the right spot, but it came up in Vietnamese, so I don't know if it's really the right spot. Well, let's just get on the bike anyway. See, all right, 398.12. Okay, now let me find music to put on. This will be here very soon. Let's listen to some rock and roll music. $398.12. No. Grab, yeah. Oh, how come your tag is different? Yeah. I'm gonna mention that. Review. Wait, let me see you on yours. On your phone. Yeah, that's me. Okay. Okay. All right, mute, guys. I hope you guys have been able to see the ride, because my screen froze, so you may have been muted and frozen for the past few minutes, but what are you gonna do? Alright, here we go. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, very good. You guys know what happens now. It's the payout, so you're gonna freeze for a second. Bank out. Bank out. Okay, freezing. Hi, Newton. Bye. Hi. Come in. Well, we can listen to music. It's not that I can't. We can't do that. I'm just trying to add in more talking. This is the Hoi An Museum. It's the one side in the town we didn't do yesterday. I'm assuming that it's going to be because it's so spectacular. We'll want to take a lot of time here, but I do not know that that's true. Hi, how are you? Chúc mừng năm mới. I don't have a ticket. I used them all yesterday. Can I buy one ticket?
Yes, you buy one ticket, you visit the 5 place here and the 4 place in the Hoi An Town.
I know, but I did all that yesterday.
Oh,
This is the only place I have left, just one place.
because I don't have a ticket for here.
Yeah. You can't sell just one of these?
No.
I do want to see it. I said, oh, can I pay with the bank app? Let's see. Can I pay with this?
Oh,
Vietcombank?
Vietcombank?
Yeah.
Okay. 120,000.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Sorry, I don't have a ticket for one.
I know, I don't
only
like
have
that.
A ticket for 5. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you go to Hoi An now, you must buy ticket.
Yeah, there should be 10 on there. There's lots of stuff.
Okay.
Lots.
You wait a moment.
Okay. I think it's right there. I think so.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. 120. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yep.
I received.
Receive it. Okay. Good.
And, I cut the first plate.
You cut it out. Okay.
And the fourth plate you go to and now you wait a moment.
Okay. I think I have one. Okay. Thank you. I gotta switch my glasses to eyeglasses anyway. One day I'm gonna get my contacts. Okay. Oh, you guys are still frozen. Look at that.
And this is the map of the Hoi An ancient town.
Okay.
You are standing here.
Okay.
Yeah. If you after you visit here, you can go this way and turn left.
Turn left.
This way
Oh, over here.
and turn left.
Okay.
You go to Hoi An ancient town. You visit any place. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
One ticket every place.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are 4 outhouse. You can visit one outhouse.
Oh, okay. All right.
There are 4 assembly hall. You visit one assembly hall.
One assembly hall.
I think you should go to the other one here.
Okay, I did that yesterday, and we didn't do Guangzhou. Which one did we do yesterday? Guangzhou.
Chuzhou or Guangdong.
I don't remember.
Here. And here, 13 and 24.
Yeah, Guangdong Pagoda. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, temples.
And
Good.
1833, Museum of the Folk Culture. And this is
Okay.
the Hoi An Museum about history.
This is the history. Okay.
of the Hoi An.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
To visit the first and second floor.
Uh-huh.
You start from here.
Uh-huh.
You go the behind on your left and around and upstairs.
On the left, around, upstairs. Okay. I'm going to look at this
Sorry,
first.
I don't have a ticket for here. I only have a ticket for front.
Okay. Thank you. That's okay. I mean, I think they know there's a problem too. It's a kooky way to do it. Now, this is, if anybody tuned in yesterday, this was the big construction site that is not even there now. It's basically been torn down to the bones, and they're working on building it back up. That's the Japanese bridge. In English, we call it the Japanese bridge. In Vietnamese, I'm going to say Chua Kua. But anyway, it means temple bridge. And that is, of course, what it is. You see on the back side here, the temple is attached to the bridge. If you come in the future, you'll probably get to see it. We did not get to see it yesterday. Let's mosey on into the looks like ceramics. And now that we're in here, I'm going to bring up, maybe, I'm going to see if, we never talked about the beach. That's all right. I mean, I'm sure facts about the beach are not that amazing. You're frozen. I'm bringing up the little facts I put together about the museum. Oh. All right. Later today, I need to send a message to Carlos. That's our friend from Saipan. He messaged me earlier today to wish me a happy Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day, by the way. I didn't. I don't. It's not one of my holidays. I don't really go for holidays too much at all. If there's a festival or something, then great. But I don't worry too much about holidays. Least of all Valentine's. But I'll send him a message if we sit down at a cafe after the museum or something like that. But the other thing, and I don't know, I mean, there's nobody to remind me right now, but maybe just saying it into the air will help. I need to remember to wish Erica a happy birthday. Her birthday is tomorrow. That doesn't really look like part of the museum. Oh, that is a toilet, though, so I guess here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get you guys some music to listen to. Let's do lo-fi music. And then I'm going to put up something. Whoa. For some reason, it turns the volume up to 1,000 very easily. Alright. Here's a little ad we made to show you from Del Rio, our lovely... Oh, we're also at the museum, not the beach. I'm going to remove myself and I'll be back momentarily, guys. I forgot to put me in. Okie doke. Oh, let's take a look at what we got here. Did I bring up our facts about whatever this is? Yes, I did. Okay. Nice piece of artwork there. She said this is a history museum. The other is a culture museum. Good to know there are several museums here. We won't be seeing the other one. This is our last site, but after we leave here, we're going to head out to the Pottery Village. Spend most of the rest of the day out there. The museum itself is housed in a former Kwan pagoda, originally built in the 17th century by Minhong villagers worshipping the Guanyin. This adds an extra layer of historical significance to the museum itself. So it says the Guanyin. I'm pretty sure Guanyin is. I think it's the same as the Lady Buddha. It's the maybe in Chinese it's a goddess. She's a goddess. We read about her a couple of museums ago, where she started out in India as a male figure and then turned into a female figure when she got into Chinese mythology. And I think she represents peace and some stuff. We've never had a site dedicated especially to her, or at least we haven't talked much about it. We ended up talking about the sites more. That's maybe something I changed. I maybe reorient how I put together our information packets. But for them, this was a trial run this whole vacation. The museum boasts a wide collection of artifacts spanning over 2,000 years of Hoi An's history. These artifacts provide a glimpse into the various cultures and civilizations that have influenced the city, including the Sa, Hin, Champa, Zai-Viet, and Zainam periods. Among the museum's highlights are Chan sculptures, ceramics from various eras, traditional costumes, and everyday objects used by locals throughout history. The museum also organizes cultural events and workshops, providing visitors with a deeper understanding of Hoi An's traditions and way of life. Located at 10B Tran Hong Dao Street, Sun Fong Ward, Hoi An City, the museum is just a few minutes from the Japanese Covered Bridge, one of Hoi An's most famous landmarks, and currently one of its most under construction landmarks. The museum was established in 1989 and originally displayed at number 7 Nguyen Hue. It welcomes nearly 70,000 domestic and international visitors annually. The museum is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Photography is not allowed. It is essential to be respectful of the exhibits and other visitors. I guess video is not count. Usually they mean flash photography, to be honest. I think my strategy this time was to look up facts about our sites. But facts, I don't know. That's exactly what we want to know what it is. What am I looking at when I see a site? So I think that's more what I should orient myself, because you just launch into facts. And it's like, okay, what are these facts about? Oh, I don't know if I focused on this dragon head. This is for the new year. Oh, cute. Strangely, this looks to be one of the few sites that are probably worth the entire cost of that 5-ticket thing. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay it forward tourism style. When I get back into the night market tonight, I'll just see if I can pawn off the last 4 tickets to someone else. I did want to see the Cantonese Assembly Hall, to be honest, but I don't see how I'll have time to do it today. I'm not going to try and come into town tomorrow before going to the train station. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. Hey. Looks like some revolution. Nice sculpture. Oh, let's see what else we missed. Oh my goodness, we've got a lot on that side. Okay, let's go. Let's see the view first, and then we'll head back in. It's a nice building. So it was originally the pagoda. It's pretty cool. Well, that's an interesting fact to know, but I'm not sure. Like in a museum like this, we really want to focus on what the museum is about, not on the museum itself. In my opinion. And since it's my channel, I guess that's the opinion we'll go with. Where's the islands that we were just looking at the beach? Ku Oh Cham. Oh yeah, that's right. There's some islands around here called Cham Islands. I'm guessing these were AK-47s, Sung B40, Sung B41. Those look like grenade launchers, I guess, or maybe those are rocket launchers. Interesting. The gimbal has gone completely shaky. It just holds in place now. Ah, there it goes. Nope, still pretty shaky. Ah, there we go. Okay. Who knows what just happened? This gimbal is quite complex. I mean, a lot of the problems I've had with it are probably due to user error. I didn't experiment much with it before I left the house. It has been fairly user-friendly. I didn't need to do a lot of research, which was kind of like the point of not doing this, not looking anything up. I had to use it to see how intuitive it was. It's fairly so, but it obviously has a lot of other functions that I occasionally press the wrong button and get into, which is probably good if you know how to use them. Good views. We're kind of on the edge of the old town, and I imagine only a pagoda on the edge of town or a temple on the edge of town we'll be able to have this much space in this large of a building. But it's a good site. Doi Champa period, 2nd to the 15th centuries. Oh, they say the Champa are here from the 2nd century. Wow. That's going a ways back. A lot of space in here. Interesting. It's interesting that how the lack of crowds in here, even during a holiday. People just do not care about going to museums on their holiday. I know I don't know anything about this stuff, but I think this is like a lot of this is why you go to a new place to find out things, and at the very least to see some of what's there. Bronze statue of the Dharmapala, 18th century, found in An Pagoda. I think they said this was An Pagoda, right? They took this building over from that. Nice sculpture. Tea sets. Teacups, I guess. Any of it's full set. Incense. feel like we only went one direction, so we probably need to swoop around the other way. Oh, that was the exhibition of the culture and history of Hoi An. Oh. I guess this whole floor is.
咁啊，所以咧就5、4月之後咧就美國佬入啦。美國佬就喺南越，當然唔知未夠。所以南越咧當時就係另一個政權啦，就美國佬過嚟幫手。
Stone bench. Combat Tran Kim Ban stood on this bench at Phuoc Kien Street to make a speech for braining the crimes of the enemy in front of Hoi An people on 1st of September 1930. (1925 to 29). I'll wait till he's done with his tour. Iron traps used in the resistance war against the French. I was wondering if this was about French over American war, and this part's the French. So, oh, that was it, huh? We should not go this way. Okay, so we've got time to look a lot more in depth at the stuff that we've seen, and that's good because there is actually a lot here. One thing I've noticed about these streams is that the first few days we did get a few viewers, but as time wore on, people were not willing to, tune back in, and when it's an everyday thing. And I get that. I probably would space them out if I had my druthers, but unfortunately, vacation is only so long, so I can't sit here and wait for more time. So hopefully, I'll be able to get some usable videos out of what we're doing here. Pottery used for burning incense and votive papers. Musical instrument of Buddhism, found at Din Family Chapel, Campo Ward. Statue of Qilin wood. Statue of Qilin wood. Decorative detail in ancient houses in Hoi An, found in house number 40 on Tranfu Street. Statue of Qilin stone. Decorative detail on the pillars of faith architecture buildings, found at Confucian temples, Campo Ward. Chinese coins. Bowl, ewer, vase, plate, and incense burner. Decorative detail. A pillar, part of a pillar decoration cover, stone. Bronze statue of Lord Quan Kong in the 18th century. I wonder if it's Chinese, maybe it should be Chuan Kong. But I don't know what romanization they're using, so I'm not sure. Chuan Kong. Stone steel. Built in the third year of the Showa era, 1928. Steel's main content, according to the proposal of the literature professor, Kuroita Katsumi, Japanese community in Indochina, nominated Mr. Nakayama, settled in Bonhua. This is just what it says on the stele. Japanese coins, plates, bowls, model of the Schwensen, the red seal ship. Wow, it's very red. It was made with Legos. Wooden statue of Bakde Chanbo, the mysterious warrior Northern Emperor. Mysterious warrior Northern Emperor. Stern post of the merchant boat Gaban, ironwood. Chumo, oval-shaped pottery, burial jar, a kind of coffin of Suhian inhabitants over 2,000 years ago, excavated in Hao Sa 1. Oval-shaped pottery burial jar, a kind of coffin. Same. Coffins. That one's big enough you wouldn't even need to burn them. Just stuff them in there. Yep. Over 2,000 years ago, all the same, but obviously different styles. I'm assuming this one over here is the same. So these are burial jars. It does pay to stop and actually read the stuff, doesn't it? Cemetery site. The site is located on a long sand dune about 4 kilometers west of Hoi An city center. The site was discovered in an excavated 4 square meter testing pit in 1989 and 26 in 1995. There were 18 burial jars found. 14 of these were non-shoulder cylinder-shaped jars. 2 were shoulder cylinder-shaped jars. 1 was sphere-shaped jar, and 1 was an undefined shaped jar. The burial items include pottery, iron tools, knives, matches, axes, spades, jewelry. Although they were buried closely, the touch lines of the burial jars were in the conscious stage. Conscious? The latter ones did not damage the former ones. The layers of thick ash and coal were around some burial jars, and especially the white fine sand and the touch lines showed some matters relating to the burial customs of Sahin inhabitants. Huin, Sahin. I don't know if I'm saying that right. All right. This seems to be the Champa era. Pottery artifacts, pedestal bowls, spindle whorl, lamp, pan, vase, vase. Oval-shaped pottery jar found in Japanese covered bridge area. Artifacts were excavated in Bailong Archaeological Excavation Site, Cham Island. This is the island off the coast that must have been a big part of Cham, the Cham, kingdom or something, because it's named Cham still today. And these are artifacts from it. Gom Islam, Islamic ceramics, Viet Chao ceramics, a necklace made from agate, don't know what that is, colored glass. 9th to 10th centuries. Artifacts of the Champa period, fragments of a pedestal bowl, pottery pot, incense burner. Did we just come from there? We did. We just circled back around to these statues. Sandstone, Kongmi style, decorated in Champa temples in the 9th century, found at Ambang Archaeological Site. Kubera. Sandstone statue of the god, which is the late Chakyo style Kubera, worshipped in Champa temples in the 10th century, found in Ba's temple at Kamtan. Okay. Now, I think we're going to be coming through this a little backwards. I'm trying to give them all the time they need in that room because these rooms are kind of echoey. But hopefully you know enough about the history to know that the French war against the French was first, and then it fed directly into the American War. So let's see what we've got translated in English. I think I already went over those. Guns. Bamboo basket used by soldiers of the Hoi An Revolutionary Army for carrying mines and bullets in the Tet Offensive, 1968. Okay, some kind of stamps. Used by U.S. and Quisling. I've never seen that word before. If it's Quisling troops when they were dominating the south of Vietnam. Products of depravity and reactionary spread of U.S. and it must be the troops of the southern Vietnam during the American occupation, the Vietnamese troops, not the ones that are from the Republic, but the ones that are from the South. So the ones cooperating with the U.S. Ceramic tea set and bowls used for receiving guests as Revolutionary Base Number 2 Hamlet, Doi Trung Commune. Okay. Enemy's Operation Plan, collected by Comrade Huỳnh Phuc Cu when Hoi An Army forces attacked a small section and liberated Hoi An town on 28th March 1975. Military water bottle. Guigau's Can. Poem. Written by Mr. Nguyen Van So and his comrades in Con Dao prison in the 1970s. Cash receipts. Presented the amount of money contributed by people of Hoi An town to help local army during 1972 to 75. Comrade Ngo Xuan Ha presented to Comrade Ban Kong Lee in 1972. Model of a secret bunker cover. Dug inside the area of enemy people of Son Pho Hamlet, Cam Chau Commune to hide Vietnam communist cadres and guerrillas. It says chair, that's clearly a bench. Okay. The chair of the U.S. helicopter. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Like there was a cushion there at one time. The door of the enemy's L-19 aircraft, shot down at the Hamlet Number 3 Cam Kinh Commune in 1972 by Hoi An Revolutionary Army. Kept by Comrade Bung Mai Kien. Shields. Oh, that's interesting. Wicker shield. Wicker can be tough, though. Instruments for the U.S. Chief Quisling. And I'd say that was. It almost looks Chinese. Quisling. Troops used for repressing the fights of Hoi An people. Got some guns over here. Heavy machine gun, light machine gun. M72 Law launcher. I don't know what that means. LIW launcher. Compass. Grenade launcher. Grenade launcher. Mortar 82 millimeter. Used for attacking into Hoi An Capital District. Under the direct leadership of the Town Party Committee, the Army and people of Hoi An made extraordinary efforts and devoted all their energies and strength to implementing the party's strategic decisions, all to defeat the American invaders. Through this offensive and uprising, we killed 625 enemy soldiers, including 125 South Korean soldiers, captured 107 soldiers, collected 81 guns of all kinds, destroyed 50 trucks, and occupied a number of important bases in the inner city for more than a day. For these achievements, the Army and people of Hoi An were awarded the second-class military exploit order by Committee National Liberation Front on the Central Vietnam. Cham Chao and Cam Chao and Cam Tan communes were awarded the first-class liberation order. Cam Ha and Cam An communes were awarded the second class. Bamboo fish trap. How that works. Nice painting. Tung Kwang Nam. Tung Tam Kai Huan. The painting portrays Hoi An people liberated Hoi An prison in 1967. Secret Young Union of Cam Tan Commune. Liberation newspaper. Letter of Martyr Trung Ji Tan Hong. Spade. Machete. U.S. officers and men, the truth is now more than obvious. You have seen with your own eyes the strength and the glorious rising up spirit of the South Vietnam people and their armed forces in the last few days. Wholeheartedly support the struggle of SVN people because they have but one sole goal before them, and that is to overthrow the present dictatorial, corrupt administration and to urge for the withdrawal of all U.S. and satellite troops from South Vietnam so that peace, neutrality, and sovereignty can be restored to their country. These are very legitimate aspirations and also legit internal affairs of the Vietnamese people, which no foreigner has the right to interfere in. In the last few days, in many areas, many U.S. officers and men have kept a neutral position and given support to the Vietnamese people in their struggle for peace, freedom, independence, and neutrality. By keeping this position, they are being very safe and are warmly welcomed. Positively act as they have done. Oppose all operation against the SVN people and their armed forces. Don't risk your life for the warmonger's profit. Don't interfere in the internal affairs of South Vietnam. Demand to be returned home. That is the unique, basic way for you to preserve your life and honor during these present days. That was the anti-Vietnam War appeal to the American soldiers in 1968. They just printed it out. I don't think it's any sort of original document, but it was apparently distributed to people. Okay, we got this room to ourselves and a few minutes to enjoy it. Hoi An, a land rich in cultural, patriotic, and revolutionary spirit, is one of the places where the Communist Party was established early in Quang Nam province. Over the past 45 years, well, that's from 1930 to 1975, under the leadership of the party, the people of Hoi An had made great contributions to the revolutionary movement and the success of the cause of liberation and reunification of the country. In order to educate the revolutionary spirit, strengthen faith of the party and people in Hoi An to complete the revolutionary tasks of the new era. Over the years, in addition to researching and publishing publications in the history of the Hoi An revolutionary struggle, the Municipal Party Committee has also focused on collecting documents and artifacts and established the Hoi An Revolutionary History Exhibition Room in 1977. All right, so this museum wasn't here at that point, so this comes from another place. At present, the Hoi An Revolutionary History Exhibition Room has become an important place for research and education on patriotic and revolutionary spirit for Hoi An people, especially for the younger generation. (1925 to 29). Oh, I never did see what this was. mean, I can see what it is. It's a bomb. Released on Backby Cape, Cham Island, by the B-52 bomber of American military before 1975. It was found by Kan Nam fishermen in March 2012. Found in 2012. Wow. It's hard to believe there are probably still some bombs, mines, and other artifacts of the war that are out there that have not been discovered. From 25 to 29, the Vietnam Revolutionary Youth Association carried out the tasks of bringing Marxism-Leninism into the Vietnamese workers' movement and patriotic movements, propagating revolutionary ideology to the masses, farmers, intellectuals, etc., criticizing half-hearted revolutionary ideological trends, and enable the masses to realize the true revolutionary path to national and class liberation. Members of the Vietnamese Revolutionary Youth Association in Hoi An brought the local labor movements and patriotic movements into contact with Marxism-Leninism as the basis of the establishment of the Communist Party. At 6 a.m. on August 18th, the people of Hoi An witnessed the national flag flying in front of the governor's residence, marking the sacred movement of the revolution that overthrew the oppression of the feudal colonial regime and established the first government of workers and farmers in Hoi An. All right, you're going to get a screen freeze for a moment. Just pulling up Grab again. Oh, it opened in the same form it was before. Great. We're headed to the Terracotta Park. I'll get a bike. I'm going to type in the words right here for you. Oh, I don't know why it suddenly stopped bringing up the... Oh, there it goes. It wasn't bringing up the keyboard before. Terracotta Park. So let's just go to Time High Pottery Village. And the park is a thing inside the village. I don't remember if you need a ticket for both of them. Yes, I am at the Museum of History and Culture. This guy is coming. His tag is 202.16. Gotta remember that. 202.16. Let's head out. It's an interesting museum. It wasn't as oh, you guys are still frozen. What's the deal? Wasn't quite as much as I'd hoped for. I saw the height of the building and thought there was probably some exhibits up there, but I mean, it is a small town, and even though it's heavy on tourism, you see not many people come to this place to take advantage of the museum, which is a fairly common thing when you travel anyway. People have their big checklist museums when they go to the Louvre or something. They'll go to that if they're tourists, but they won't go to the local ones. And though the exhibits might not be quite as fleshed out, you kind of feel like you get something out of seeing it more than if you were. Thank you, Chuk Mula Moy. Huh? Lucky coins? No, thank you though. Chúc mừng năm mới. We're doing the sunglass switch right now. Sunglass switch. I've got basically 4 tickets that I would like to pawn off on someone who doesn't want to pay for a full pack of tickets, which I completely get. Huh. I don't know what Pottery Village is going to be like, but I'm hoping there's a lot of sitting and sipping on some coffee and just enjoying the day. And something about pottery, I guess. Come on, thing. Hope you enjoyed the museum. Bring up grab where it's, I don't really know. Just check the orientation. Oh, he's here somewhere. 20216. I do not see a bike at all, much less one that, has the right tag number. I mean, I've seen plenty of bikes, but no one parked, like, waiting. Oh, okay. Well, let's see this direction. Maybe he's up there. Oh, maybe it's this guy right here. 202. Yes, that is him. Okay, get ready for this. Cancelled! Why would you cancel? So that you're mine. Hey, you just canceled. What was it? Mangyukin.
What? Sorry, grab.
Yeah, you just closed it. Well, let's just go. We don't have to do it to grab. Mangyukin.
Huh?
Pottery Village.
Grab now. Grab now.
Oh, okay, yeah, grab now. We can do that. I forgot you can do grab that way. Like, what do you do? Yeah. Grab bike. Oh, grab now. That's where you hit it. Okay, great. Oh, nice. Okay. He's the first one willing to do that, too. How much is it? 27. Okay. Hope you guys are still there. Oh. Thank you. Oh my god, I've been muted the whole time. Well, at least you had something to watch. I mean, I just bought the ticket, so it wasn't like you really missed anything. Now, what are you going to first? The Pottery Village or... Okay, it's called Terracotta Park. We're going to look for a place called Terracotta Park inside the village. Yummy. Coffee milk tea. The Zoe Tu No Miniature World. Hey, Zoe Numa. Miniature World. Alton Museum. Alright, so there should be enough here to occupy us, entertain us. Ah, oh, there we go.
Sorry, you're thinking go to the village here museum.
Oh, this is the museum,
Yeah.
okay.
You buy ticket here.
It's a separate ticket?
50.
50? Oh. Is this is this the park? I'm looking for Terracotta
Yeah.
Park.
Okay.
Is that this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, alright. So another 50, okay. So there are two separate
One
admissions.
ticket.
Yes, please. Do you have a, sorry, a scan?
No, no here. Okay.
And 50.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ticket.
Okay.
Dạ chị ơi.
So
Nhà
I gotta
mình mua vé
save
đây.
this for later.
Dạ đúng rồi, cái vé đó là mình đi dọc cái đường làng á.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
You can go this way to see the first miniature world.
First miniature world. Okay. Sorry. Let me put these tickets away. Okay. Where is this thing? Is it down that
You
way?
go straight outside.
Okay. So there's
Thank
two
you.
different things. Thank you. Come
Thank
on.
you.
Come on. Oh, hello. Let's go the other way. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So it's two different things. This is a museum, and online it was listed as a park, and it did show this picture though. So I mean, I think I'm at the right place. This is the museum, and it's a separate entry from the village, which is, I guess, around the corner. I've got it listed as a park, but it's really a museum, but whatever. Gives a way to pace ourselves since there's two different sites. Happy New Year. Interesting. Feels like we got some decorations left over from Christmas. Flowers. I hope it comes through on the video, but these flowers are very colorful. Good Lord. The ground is very uneven here. I keep stumbling over bricks that are jutting up out of it. I guess they wanted to do everything terracotta, so the brick, I don't know why that makes them stick up, but they are. Right, let's see where the entrance is. It's a nice little display. Fountains.
Tết này hay Tết mỗi năm vẫn thế, phiêu lưu chuẩn bị cả một mâm cỗ đầy và bao món ăn đã quen thuộc. Ôi giấc mơ giảm cân vượt qua tuyệt vời. Năm nay tôi có khen chưa học mọi người thì tôi cũng làm nhà đã được rồi vẫn cuối năm được thêm vui.
I don't know if I've been running that crawl. I hope I'm supposed to be on this bridge. It's not so solid. Maybe it's just meant for display. You're not really supposed to walk on it. Nice terracotta replicas of famous buildings from around the world. It's a Greta Familia, I like that. Oh wow, that's just a few of them. Actually, there's a ton over here. Leaning Tower. The Apostolic Palace. Taj Mahal. I'm not sure about this one. What is it supposed to be? I don't know. This one would be Hoi An. Cute. We could say Notre Dame because it's a big cathedral, but I actually don't think it is. But, it could just be a really bad replica. I'm not sure what church that's supposed to be. A lot of churches. They do have something written here. Nope, that's about the flowers. I wonder if that's supposed to be the Japanese covered bridge. That's looks like one of the Cham sites. I'm not sure. This may be why they listed it as a park online, because you get stuck out here in the courtyard outside and never make it into the museum. It's pretty cool. I'm going to admit a lot of these Eastern sites I don't know. I know this is one from India. I'm fairly sure it's a famous site in Hinduism, but could not tell you the names of any of those. I've never been to India. It's one of those places I'd love to go to, but from where I'm at now, it's kind of a expense and a trip, and there's just so much close by to see that I've yet to justify the expense on a vacation going out there. But certainly hope to do it one day. I feel like this is from Hanoi. We've been to this site. It's the Confucian Temple of Literature, with the giant daffodils or whatever those are. You don't get to walk down this area between area here in the actual site. Now they won't. Oh, and look, it's the mausoleum. Oh, these are all Vietnamese sites. So that's the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum, and then behind it, on to the left, there is the One Pillar Pagoda, both in Hanoi. But this one I'm not sure about. Oh, Dim Bang Communal House. Okay, we saw replicas of communal houses at the museum in Hanoi, but Dim Bang Communal House is used for the worshipping of Khao Sun Dai Vung, the mountain spirit, Tui Ba Dai Vung, the water spirit, and the god of agriculture, together with 6 individuals who merit in rebuilding the village in the 15th century. No, this one. Let's see. It says the Citadel of. Oh, that's the Hoi. Okay. No, that's not the whole thing. It's like Hoi is basically the Vietnamese Forbidden City. In fact, it's usually referred to. The site is referred to as the Forbidden City, and Hoi is the name of the town. Hoi. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. Hoi. Yeah, it's the name of the town. It's not far from here, but it was a little too far for us to be able to go and do it any time there. I went right by it on the train, but couldn't see anything. Oh, it's Angkor Wat. Okay, I missed that one on the way in. Okay. Well, let's see. That's the Capitol building. They made that one smallest, and then there's the Washington. None of these are to any kind of scale to each other. They're just whatever they wanted to do. Yeah, Washington Monument, Statue of Liberty. We got an aqueduct on the backside there. Pont du Gard. I'm not sure about this, to be honest. It's not. Didn't have a write-up. There's Notre Dame. I'm not sure what the other cathedral was. Sorry, cathedral. It's nothing personal. There's Tower Bridge. Often, let's see if it's make the. Well, listen, the write-up says Stonehenge. Oh, Stonehenge is in the background. Sorry. Big Ben there on the left. Tower Bridge, often erroneously referred to as London Bridge. It's not. It's Tower Bridge. Terracotta is like glass, but fragile. Oh, hard but fragile. Especially the small parts of miniatures. A slight touch can even cause damage. However, most visitors want to touch the ceramic products for real feelings. So, well, therefore, this product is touchable for all visitors' experience. The others in the park should not be touched. Well, that's good. That's nice. That's what it feels like. Some kind of pottery or something. All right, let's get over there. I'm sitting here wasting time thinking about whether or not I should walk over there. Is it worth the time? And I'm like, well, I'm already wasting the time, so let me do it. Oh, I don't know if that helped. I just wanted to see these sculptures, but they're not. There's a lady doing something on a pedestal. There's what could be some kind of an ape man doing something on a pedestal. And then there's a lady bending over and touching her toes. I mean, I don't see a pattern. I don't really know what they're doing. Alright, I'm sure I missed the instructions for that, but I'm going to mosey on into the actual museum. A lot of pictures being taken here. Yeah. I'm not actually sure. Pottery pentagram. Hi. Is the museum upstairs? Okay, all right. Which workshop downstairs? Okay, all right. Ooh, they got coconut, like an actual coconut. Ooh. Okie doke. I gotta switch my glasses, y'all. Oh. Shh. Push one of those people out of the way and use their space downstairs to do this. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Can't get the glasses into the bag. Oh, missing some pottery. Don't miss the pottery. Oh, Anbang Beach. No, we're not at Anbang Beach anymore. I did leave Grab open. It's draining my battery. Damn it. Pottery Village. We're not in the village yet. Hang on. Museum of History and Culture. We did that already. Oh, we don't have anything about this. Yep. Okay. We don't. We got the village. But I thought they were the same site, to be honest. So, we're just going to wing it. We're just going to see what we see and enjoy it. Huh. I think these are part of the display, the bamboo, right? But it's actually blocking access to the information. First, our ancestors chose this sacred land to craft because there was a large reserve of clay. Good reason. However, drop my ticket. In the early 19th century, when the Thubon River inching ever so slowly towards the south, our ancestors decided to move the 5 villages according to historical records. The geographical expansion pottery continued to Xuanmi and Ambang. Currently, there are only 5 unique pottery villages. Only 5. I don't know what that is. Mr. Leban, grandson of a wealthy ceramic merchant, wood depicting scenes of rooftop friends the day before the Tubon River. I mean, that sounds like art it's describing. Blessed the Woodman Central wood paste, then used the switch to buffalo the riverbank. Gotta buffalo that riverbank. Leave no riverbank unbuffaloed. That's what I say. I kind of stop reading when it stops making any sense at all. I'm just like, okay, let's not continue this. I don't know what that is. I do like the term, though. Buffalo the riverbank. You gotta buffalo the riverbank. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at the. Oh, this is strange. Is this how they want you to walk across? Why would they do that? It's a perfectly good floor. There's no water down there. I think I'm just gonna ignore that and do whatever I want. It seems like that's just asking to get something stumbled over or stepped on. But okay, I'm not going to step on this bamboo. If you have to do it in the real world, it makes sense, but not there. What do we got? Jars, pots, mortars, bowls, wheels here. Jars, pots, mortars, bowls, wheels here. I guess that's what they chant as they ride down the street. Jars, pots, mortars, bowls. I guess that's a mortar and pestle. Molds. Well, it's not an extensive museum, but we do have what he said is a workshop downstairs. Clay is the only raw material needed by local potters, but obtaining this resource can be a long and arduous process. First and foremost, they need to buy land to live. Reasonable, kind of universal though. Danhai Pottery Village was originally built in Tan Tiem because it has large reserves of clay, but by the early 19th century, these ancestors had moved to about 5 locations and bought land in the district of Dien Ban Zui Chen and Zailok. Kwang's clay is yellow with a high viscosity. Unlike the white clay of the Batrang pottery, Batrang is a village close to Hanoi. It's a really cute little village. It also should be on a tourist list of day trips. It should only be used as a principal. Something. Clay is transported to Namzio by boat or car. Gay bao. That's the wooden barge. Boat exemplary as a distinctive product of Vietnamese marine craft. As recorded in the the Maritime Dictionary. Okay. A little artwork on the wall here. Guy doing some pottery stuff, I guess. I agree with this little girl. I'm just going to go around the edge here. I mean, I can see what they did. It's supposed to be a river. They used the concrete, put in the boats, which are of strangely varying size scales. And they put a little bamboo. That's a common way to get across a small, waterway, like a creek or something, is to throw some bamboo over it like that, which, works just fine. And again, I think it's just a little too cute. I don't want to walk on the bamboo and fall and bust my ass in the museum if I can help it. All right, well, I'm not rushing to get out, but this is a pretty small exhibit. It's brief. It's okay. We came around this way. Let's go out the other. I think I walked over there and looked anyway. Oh, it's not a walkway. Or maybe it is. Maybe you're supposed to walk over all that. I think I'll pass. All right. Let's go. Last day of vacation is always so somber. You're like, oh, well, we'll see a few more things and, try to get something in. And the workshop? Okay, yeah. We got to remember they got that coconut, so if I finish downstairs at the workshop, there's nothing wrong with sitting and having a coconut. there's still a chance Erica will join too. Give us a good chat before the vacation is over. Oh. Oh, these are for sale. Okay. Little terracotta knickknacks and things. Little motorbikes. That's cute. These are not expensive either. The pumpkins are $150. Some of those little ones over there. This one's just $25. Just want a terracotta cup. This is the sort of thing I had in mind when I said we'd do giveaways. And then the other day when I went to Marble Mountains, I bought some serious stuff and spent a lot of money, like more than I have wanted to. But I'm going to send one of them to Russ. And he's been a long time viewer, so I appreciate his dedication to the channel. Okay, I was a little afraid the workshop was the place where they were going to want me to do, because for some reason it's a tourist thing. Everybody wants you to try the craft that you're looking at. It's like, I don't really need to. I know I'm no good at it because I've never tried it. I will never do it again, so it's not going to be useful for me. I'm not sure what you're supposed to get out of, fumbling around with some clay for a few minutes. I mean, maybe you'll have an accident and poke someone in the eye, and everyone will have a hilarious laugh about that. But other than that, I really don't know what in the hell you're supposed to get out of the pottery workshop things. But they just mean this is a workshop. It's not something where people learn pottery. It's pottery that's already been made and you can now purchase, which I'm completely in favor of. I don't know what that is really, but it's $2 million dong. Guess that's around $100. Some kind of sculpture. Some kind of sculpture, some. Oh, look at that. Oh, varying skill levels of pottery there. So they do those kinds of workshops I was just making fun of. It's just that they're not doing it right now. That's what this is.
Rồi còn nước lên chi nữa. Thì chi nữa thôi. Chi nữa một xong rồi. Xong rồi.
Ngày xưa vậy là có màu, không tô màu, cái mặt không tô màu, dẫn em ra nhà để tên mà tính tiền. Nhanh lên. Thành chọn con khỉ đúng không? Khỉ của con đâu rồi? Đi vệ sinh đi đó. Đây, đi thẳng ngồi đi. Đi chỗ con đi thẳng đi. Có mà sao cô đây đúng không? Dẫn em cô thử đi.
I'm not sure what all these are. I guess I don't need to be. Just terracotta sculptures. It's basically a gift shop. I think another thing I learned from this week between Da Nang and here is that the known keep dropping the ticket. I'm not sure why I can't hold it in my hand. Sorry. The knowability, or not knowability, how well known a place is how likely people are to search for it on the internet, and that is directly related to how many people log on and watch while you're live. So when you do a Da Nang video, people log on and watch, and it was more than just not the people, friends of mine were logging on. So it looks like the connection dropped for a minute there. I think it's because of where I'm at in the building. I just walked into that area, which apparently is not close enough to the outside to be to connect. I gotta say, let's walk out here and see what else is going on out here. Children's area. We've got yogurt, soft drinks, coffee, and fruit juices. Not like I could do any of those. Let's see what this is first before I plop my butt down. Oh, I guess it's coming from inside. This is not where they prepared the coffee. Oh, this is the workshop I was making fun of. Yeah. I won't walk through the middle of it. They look like they're doing something, but I will walk around. This is nice. I'm kind of winding down and not so high. I start vacation out on very high strung, which is one reason I hate to fly to go on vacation, because I'm high strung enough when vacation starts. I'm like, we've got to see everything. I want to see everything everywhere we go. Let's go. And when it gets towards the end, you're like, well, whatever we missed, we missed. Nothing you can do about that. And I'm perfectly happy leaving then. Oh, I should switch to comments because I don't know if people are commenting if I don't look at the comments. Great reason, right? These are famous people, I guess. I haven't really been stopping. Let's see. I guess we got all sorts of time. Minsu. Oh, it's not going to be people. If you're Western, it's not going to be people. These are some are famous Vietnamese people. sure they're nice people. I just don't know them. Some Chungvi Key. Yeah, okay. Well, anywho. This is kind of interesting. I'm not sure why there's only one chair here, like only one person is allowed at a time is allowed to use this library. But it feels like it might just be a display. Like the chair, the table, the books, and everything are just kind of part of an art installation. Works for me. Famous enough people want to get their pictures taken next to these busts. That's cool. All right. I think it's time for a sit down. This is how I wore myself out in Janae. I was like, there was no time for breaks. I was like, no, I'm going to go nonstop. I kind of want Erica to log on just so she'll stop me from doing that. I feel like she'll go, oh, yes, take a break. Look at the... I don't even know if you guys can see in there. It's all too much glare for me. I can't see it. Wood that they could create batteries to accommodate what I do, but that will never happen. Obviously there is. It's just called the big giant battery they have to carry around with everything plugged in. Individual devices will never have that battery. Oh, there's a salty lemonade here. I kind of want to try that. I had a coffee this morning, but it was a coconut coffee, so I feel like I don't know if that gives you enough caffeine for your daily dose. Last thing I need is a caffeine headache on top of my allergies. I think I'm going to have that salty lemonade, though. They might have salt coffee here. I've enjoyed Hoi An. It's been nice. Yeah, the later guy was here just like 2 seconds. Oh, here he is. I mean, he looks like a waiter. I think he's a waiter. Go look over here. Can I order here or?
Yeah, you can order this.
Okay, the salty lemonade.
Okay.
Come in. Muktan Mue. That was salt. Cafe Mue is the salt coffee. Oh. People are painting and potterying. Well, it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. See, I expected it to be like a class like you would get in the States where someone is instructing you on how to shape the stuff. But everybody just seems to be hanging around doing their own construction up there right now in the little building. But it's just one person. Everybody else is just doing their own thing. I mean, I still don't want to do it, but hi, United States, America. America. Me. Ngồi me. Oh, by the way, I got the screen pointed away from me, so if there is a comment out there, I'm not seeing it right now. But I'll turn it back in a minute. Right now, I got two kids staring at the what? Which? Oh, YouTube. YouTube, the perpetual tourist. The perpetual tourist. I have to write it down. No, you probably don't know the perpetual tourist. That's okay. Bye. Nice to meet you. He wanted to know the channel name, and I was like, I don't think you're gonna know that one. To write it down. I'll tell you what I will do in the meantime, though. I doubt this drink is going to be all that astounding, but that's what I'm doing, so let's document it. All right. Yeah, right. Come in. 30. Yes, can I pay with this? Okay. Oh, sorry. Bamley. Okay. Come in. Thank you. Hi, you guys still don't have the view. As long as we're taking a moment here and maybe taking more than a moment, 'cause I just scheduled quite a bit of time for this place and it did not take very long. Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to waste a while to sit here. Or to kill, time to kill. We don't have to be sitting here the whole time. By the way. Ooh. Hope you're saying that. Salt lemonade. I know adding salt to things may not seem like it's always the solution. There's a lot of stuff here. And I don't think it's just here, but we've just, it's not that way in Hanoi, but we've transitioned to the part of the country where salty flavors are popular. And that, I didn't find it to be so true in Cambodia, but maybe I just wasn't noticing it. When we got to Malaysia, yeah, salt flavored everything. But it's the other thing your body needs other than sugar. And it's really good for reducing the added sugar in a piece of food, a food item, and just replacing it with salt. Salt is not as bad for you as sugar. Now, obviously, if you have a heart condition or a cholesterol problem, you should listen to whatever your doctor says. But so far as I know, there's nothing that says salt is just inherently bad. I don't think that it is. This is what Erica's on the show for. We can get her. But one day I'd like to expand our our host pool, because obviously even with 3 other potential hosts, there's always a problem. And that's counting Yuri, and I'm not sure we should count him. He doesn't come very often. But yeah. Anyway, I suppose that'll be a search to do. I'm not too worried about it until we can get some viewers. Unfortunately, I'd love it to go the other way. It would make things go more smoothly, but it just doesn't actually work that way. You can convince people to join at you and work with you if you've already shown that you have something worth joining. Otherwise, people are usually not interested. But then you don't get founder status. No comments. Looks like we got 2 viewers though. Hi, you're watching A Woman's Suite in Hoi An. This is I put it on as Pottery Park. It's a museum. It's a small museum, and it's more work. There's more to the workshop than there is to the museum, but it's not really a park either. So it's just about the pottery of the Pottery Village, which is next door, which we're going to go to in about half an hour. And we're just wrapping up our vacation here in Hoi An. I'm having a salt lemonade. Has seeds in it. And in this time, I was going to talk about, which it always feels kind of early, but I guess it never is, the next vacation. I'm not planning it yet, but I'm rolling around in my mind. Because, I say that because my not my visa, but my contract, my work contract is up in May. Yuri wants me to go to China, and I want to go to China. I mean, I'm on board with that as well. Back to China to work in Chenzhou, where I lived before. I want people to see it, but also I just love living in China. Vietnam is lovely as well. There's absolutely nothing wrong with living here. If I stay here, so I don't know for sure what I'm going to do, but that's mainly because I'm not 100% confident that he can get the visa, the work visa that he says he can. I don't think he's done it before. I think he thinks it's easier than it is. But he's got a friend that's working with him on it, so if they know what they're doing, they'll be able to get it. So if possible, I will end up there in May. I think it's May. I have to look at my contract to be sure. I think that's when I signed. But anyway, by summer I should be in China. But since I've got a contract expiring, there's no reason not to work in my own vacation. I don't need one to expire and the other to start the next day. I could easily do a vacation and then move up. Of course, I'll need to get some, prices to figure out some pricing on that stuff, because I'm saying I can do it, but that's when the next vacation would come up. So I'm going to have to check and see where I might be going. This was a quick, a quick trip for the New Year's holiday that was close to Hanoi. Didn't need to worry about flying. I came here on the overnight train. I'll go back on the overnight train. So that adds to the delight. So sorry about my allergies. They actually may not sound like it, but they are getting better because I'm taking pills. But Anyway, um, this has been great. I'm really glad I came. I've been to Hoi An before, but it was years ago with a friend, and I didn't really have the money to come. It was a whole trip to Vietnam where I couldn't enjoy myself because I couldn't spend even the slightest amount of money. Really nothing at all. And this time I was able to enjoy myself, and luckily, I think I'm moving into the phase of life where I don't really drink anymore. That may seem unrelated, but when you're young and you're a drinker and you go out with friends a lot and you're frequently at the bars, you probably don't realize how much you spend. So one of the reasons I was able to enjoy myself was I didn't really have to worry about a mammoth bar bill one night, just because I got carried away and couldn't stop or didn't stop. The thing about drinking is when you say, "Oh, I couldn't stop," what usually happens is you start drinking, you get your judgment impaired, and then you're like, "Oh, why would I?" You're not trying. That's the whole point. Once you've had a few, drinking a lot more sounds like a terrific idea because your judgment is not the best. But I think that when you get older, it doesn't happen anymore because it no longer sounds like a good idea. Even when you're drunk, you already know all the the physical repercussions that are going to come because of it. So you're like, yeah, I drank that beer and now I already don't feel good. And so I drank a few beers the other night at the restaurant, and I started feeling dehydrated because that's been a problem the whole time. I just haven't been drinking enough water in a while. I know to do it, but I just didn't in Da Nang. Now I think that's because of allergies, and that combined with not drinking enough water has made me totally exhausted and not well. I'm recovering now. Most people on vacation, if you really vacation hard like I do, you will tend to not um, not pay attention to your own health, and you're also more active than you are normally in life. I'm a teacher, so it's not like I have a sit down at the computer job and never get up. I've had those before, so I'm up and around in the room, but it's not the sort of physical. And for the ages that I teach, it's not the sort of physical activity like you get when you're really out here pounding the pavement for 8 hours. I do a vacation like a job. I like it to be a job, but I just wasn't mentally prepared to make sure I was taking care of myself while I did it. But this has been a good experience this week. Hi. She was cute. Um, yeah. So, what was I saying? I'm supposed to be talking about heading to the next place. Where's the next place? Well, even if the China thing falls through, and I end up staying in Vietnam, I don't plan to stay long term in Hanoi, but I might stay there another year. But I'll have to work in more time off, honestly, because I don't feel like they gave enough. I would do that. My hope is that the China visa will come through, but I'm going to have to just keep everybody on hold until I can see whether or not Yuri, until I can tell whether or not Yuri's going to be able to get the stuff. And I should say, till I have a good idea, because the whole reason I'm in Vietnam now is because I had worked with getting a visa for a school in Changsha for a year and a half, And when it finally came down to it, and I was in Hong Kong actually applying for the visa with all the paperwork done, they messed up the paperwork. And I didn't have any money at that point. And I told them, I said, if you want me to stay and keep trying to get this visa, continue trying to get the visa, you're going to have to pay for it. You're going to have to pay for my hotel. You're going to have to pay for my food. You're going to have to pay for me to be here because you screwed up. They screwed up the paperwork on their end. And they couldn't do it. They can't, free up the funds for that. And I was like, well, then you don't need a teacher. After all that time and effort and money spent on both ends, I had to find an alternative, and it was the easiest thing in the world to come back here. And I won't say I got a job as soon as I came back, but it was fairly quick. I was able to find tutoring sessions. I still do. I tutor 4 students. I assume I'm going to have them after the holiday. I assume they haven't gone anywhere. But I'm doing. I've got support students tutoring. I'm not really trying to recruit any because I'd like for my Vietnamese to get better before I try and take on any more. So I guess the moral of the story is I did love living in China and I would love to go back, but some things are just easy. A lot of things are just easier here in Vietnam. And, Vietnam's nice. The only complaints I have is that I live in Hanoi and it's fine for a big city, but I don't really want to stay in a big city. I would much rather find a place like this, not a tourist place, like this size. Or even Da Nang. Da Nang was lovely. It was clean. People were nice. The feeling everywhere you went was laid back. The traffic wasn't, a madhouse, and it was a holiday. It was nothing like it was even on an average day in Hanoi. So, if for some reason the Chinese option doesn't pan out, and I totally believe Yuri when he says he thinks he can get me a visa, but I totally believe that he thinks he can. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know if he really knows how difficult it is. And to be fair, when I say how difficult, obviously I've done it before. I did it for 5 years, but the schools that I did it through, either they did it a lot and knew what they were doing, or they hired a recruiter who goes through the process and knows how to do it. And I don't know if he actually does. I will say I worked for a guy in Chenzhou at one point who was just well connected, and he wasn't even he was just starting a school. He had no experience doing it at all, and man, he was able to get everything that he wanted or needed done. And it was partially because he was a rich guy, but it was also partially because he just got it done when he needed to get something done. He knew what to do, and if he didn't know, he found out, and then he went and did it. And I see a lot of people are not like that, And so for Yuri, we'll see. I know he's going to try his best, which is all I can ask. And I can't do it. Yuri was asking me earlier what I needed to get the visa. And I'm like, I don't need anything because all I need to do is turn in the paperwork to the visa office. So I guess what we'll do is work backward. I'll tell him what I need to turn into the visa office. And then he'll come back and go, oh, well, in order to get that, we need this. Okay, great. So then let's progress. We're going to have to go each step because if I just try and it's the sort of thing where if you don't see it from the beginning, you really don't know what you're doing each step for, which means you may very well not do it correctly, as the school in Changsha did not. For whatever reason, I was getting the visa in Hong Kong, and they had marked down Houston on the paperwork, and apparently that's a big deal and not easy to change. You have to start from scratch. Like Houston, Texas. I have no clue why. And why they did that. I should have known better not to go with that school, but way back when Vietnam canceled its program letting people stay during COVID, I was just ultra desperate to try and figure something out. That'd be why. Let's keep panning. I've forgotten left you in the same spot for a while. So on to the topic of next vacation. At first I thought, boy, it's almost in bad taste to talk about the next vacation when you're still on this one. But like I'm cheating on my vacation. But that is kind of the concept of the perpetual tourist. The best time to start planning your vacation is before you finish the one you're currently on. Because I just think it's a good time to do it when you're relaxed. Although, I should say, I'm not talking about picking a place now. I'll put that off until we get back. And I'll put although, I can imagine a future where if the channel were successful, I would absolutely do that. When we're done doing our sightseeing, we'll do an episode where we talk about the next place to go, and then put a poll out to see where people want to see us go, and we'll go there. Totally see that, but we won't do that quite yet because we're not. I have to go back to real life tomorrow. Like, little girl. There might be a way, although I don't know what it is, to get the gimbal to pan across not a 360, but to pan across slowly, so that I don't have to keep manually moving it from position to position. I have to learn more about this gimbal. Okay, so that is what I want to do when I get back. Compile a list of potential next destinations for May. The first step in all of that would be figuring out exactly when I'll have the time off. When does my contract end? And I guess it doesn't matter whether I'm going back to Chenzhou this year or whether I'll be staying in Hanoi. It's basically down to those two things. If I stay in Vietnam, I'll stay in Hanoi this time and try to save up a little more money. But after 2 years, I'll be done in Hanoi. A lovely city though it is, I would much rather move outside of it. And I haven't quite seen all the potential locations in Vietnam that I think would be good. But I would definitely move south. Haiphong is the port city close to Hanoi, and it was a potential, in my mind anyway, for a place to live, town to live in. But I went there on the little New Year's trip I did, and it's fine. It looks lovely, and it probably is a nice town to live in, but it didn't bowl me over like I thought it would. Da Nang, on the other hand, pretty nice. It was a pretty nice town. Now, on the list of places that I would like to find out more about, because they seem like they would be fantastic, would be Dalat, far in the south. And one of the big benefits of being in Dalat is that it's in the center of the agricultural province that Terry does a lot of work in. So maybe I could help him out. I don't know. But I feel like any of these places, tourist places, would be a great place to teach adults who just want to learn English for their, to interact with the public. I totally think I could do that. It's sort of my version of the kinds of YouTubers or just anybody that can work remotely who go to move to a tropical island because they think that's like the best situation for, I guess, for weather, and they want to be close to a beach. I mean, I don't dislike beaches, but I'm not going. I'm not moving out, getting out of my way, moving out of my way. What am I saying? I'm not going out of my way to to get to a tropical beach. If I was going to do that, I would go back to Saipan. Honestly, that would be a really great option if it weren't in the United States. Not just if it weren't in the United States, but because it's part of the United States, the economy is terrible. And of course, I mean for like a working class person that's just looking for work, looking for a job. That economy is terrible. For rich people, maybe it's great. I don't know. But there's little to no town. Uh, look, there's no economic activity going on. It seems like, despite being a fairly popular tourist destination for vacation destination for Koreans and to a lesser degree Japanese now. They talked a lot when I was there. Charlie talked a lot about the good old days when the Japanese were there, and there's a lot of like speculation about what made them leave. And there are some incidents online that are pointed to, but I never really take those explanations at face value because I don't think large shifts like that happen because of individual incidents. Like, I forget, it was some kind of crime or something, but let's say somebody got murdered. One murder is not going to dissuade tourists on large scale. Now, if it happened over and over again, well, then you got a bigger problem than just that one, incident. But I think it was something like more basic and simple, which is the Japanese. Well, first off, Okinawa was already a tropical island. I don't think they really necessarily need to come all the way to Saipan. And so if they're doing it because they're price shopping, comparison shopping, right? I guess not just price, but a comparison in general between different destinations. And Saipan's not cheap. It's cheap by U.S. standards, but not by Southeast Asia standards or East Asia standards. It's pretty expensive. It's on par with the United States, slightly less than average, the U.S. average, but it's not. It's not like the rest of the region. It's expensive, and it's expensive for stupid reasons, like the rest of the country. Like, you get to the airport and there's no bus service. There's not even like a shuttle bus for tourists to get into the hotel zone. You've got to pay $50 for a cab, and $50 for a cab is. I don't know about Japan. I've never been there. I'm sure it's not as cheap as some other places, but I'm sure it's not as expensive as the U.S. $50 for a cab is standard in the U.S. because Americans don't take cabs. And anywhere else, the distance you're talking about is $1, $2 at most. And to go from that to 50 is absurd because they don't have a shuttle bus or any kind of bus, any kind of public. And when you live there, I'm just going on and on about this because I'm talking about options of places to live. And I guess I want to explain why that's not. It's a beautiful tropical island where I have friends. You would think it would be high on the list of places to go, but the availability of jobs versus what it costs to live there. I was there for 8 months, and I could barely get around. I could barely get from point A to point B. I'm in Hanoi for just a few weeks, and I found a job. I had a job that quick. And it feels like, if I had had any foresight about coming here, I probably could have had one when I stepped off the plane. But anywho, I had a good permanent, like, full-time job that was waiting for me here in Hanoi. And it's just, well, in Hanoi, not here, but in Hanoi, at a kindergarten. And I didn't know, this was back during the pandemic, I didn't know to take it because I still thought I was going back to China. I just had absolutely no foresight about the pandemic at all. and neither did anyone else, despite what some people will tell you. But a lot of people don't even have hindsight about it. I feels like America still thinks it just wasn't a big deal, or even I just put it in the past tense right there. Erica says it's still going on, and I feel like, well, not everywhere, but yeah, it is. It is in the U.S. because the U.S. has never made any effort to try and stop it. The people are still getting sick with COVID on the regular. And the way that the way that the American pharmaceutical companies advertise COVID, medication like right alongside cold medicine, makes it feel like that was their plan all along. They're like, well, this is something we can sell more medication for. The little girl ran by me and fell down. She looked very shocked about it. Anyway, I'm trying to become a professional rambler. Please let me know how you think I'm doing. But the thing I'm trying to get back around to is, where am I going after this? Where's the next destination after Hoi An? Well, like I said, I'll post it later. I'm not exactly sure. My thoughts right now are Thailand or China. Like I said, I'll come up with more than just two options, but I'll pick one place. It won't be Bangkok, but I'll pick a place in Thailand. And I'll pick probably 3 different destinations in China. And that's just because China's big. There's a lot of places to go see there. And, I guess I want to get started. So if people are more interested in Thailand, and Thailand is interesting and fun, and, wouldn't be a wrong answer at all. So I'll put that on the list. But every other place is going to be China, I think. And I think that's regardless of whether I move there. I'm hoping he can get that visa and I'll be there, in which case this will be an even easier transition. But, well, another thing to remember is I don't think it's going to cost an arm and a leg to move back. But I should have the money to take a trip and move back. And hopefully, not hopefully, I'll just tell Yuri I want to do this. And he said that I can work this, what do you call this? the streaming into my not contract. I'm saying into my work schedule, I guess, to be part of it. But I'm also not clear on how he thinks I'm going to make money while I'm there. But he's certain I can make it, hand over fist, right and left. And I got to be honest, I'm not certain about that, but I am certain I don't want to work for other people. If I ever can get just completely out from working for someone else, that's like my main goal. Because that came into my mind. Not that I didn't want to before, but during the pandemic, it was like, okay, you're screwed because you've relied on all these employers all this time to take care of you. And when push comes to shove, they're not going to do that. And that's not a surprise, but also they just crystallized it. So I don't need B. What just popped up? I don't need Shopee. Oh, I have talked through all this. Boy, howdy. Did I pay for this? I certainly hope I did. I feel like I'm not going to get up and pursue it. Anywho, what was the thing I was trying to get to before? Oh, where I'm going. So I think it's going to be that. But here's the thing. I also need to look at weather in these places. The places that I'm thinking of in China. plus Thailand. The weather in May. So first thing I got to do is look up when I'm going and then what the weather is, and that may change the option list completely, and it may change the entire idea of going, because if I had to spread out and actually fly somewhere, which again don't want to do, but if I have to do that, it's going to be more of an expense. The only reason I'm thinking I can do another vacation is because I'll have time between this contract, and whatever the hell I'm doing in Chenzhou. And during that time, I can do what I want. So I'm not sure. I can tell you this, I'm already thinking about it. So as soon as I get back, I'll start doing research and start trying to figure things out. And then I can put together a list of options and see if I can save up enough. I think I should be able to. But it also just feels that way because being in Vietnam is so cheap. So compared to most places, I got to be honest though. Thailand's more expensive. But if the best location were something like Cambodia, that would be even cheaper. It's even cheaper there. I don't think I have Laos on my list of places to go. I really want to see it, but I don't know that it would make a show. It would be a different kind of show, which may be okay. Guys, I have sit and rambled for half an hour. I hope that this sort of rambling makes great video. All right, well, like I said, I hope I paid. I don't really remember. I'm also liking this training I'm getting to enjoy the site, see it fully, and then sit down and relax until it's time to move on to the next site. We are training for that right now. It's like an Olympian. Oh God, I can't even get up. Did you guys see the? I don't remember how you showed this when I sat down. It's very cute. That's the menu. It's on a piece of terracotta because it's the terracotta museum, and that's just adorable. Should I go this way? I don't know. Thank you. Come on. See stairs over there, but I don't know where they go. Let's find out. Oh my God! It's a whole other section of the museum. I didn't see it. All right. My heavens. I can't believe I sat there for half an hour rambling about nothing when this part of the museum was up here, and I didn't even notice. That's all right. I got all that off my chest about the next trip, and now we can focus on this. Oh, it's like a little old man. I mean, I'm just assuming you can walk anywhere. I can't tell. It's an interesting way to display the pottery. I do feel like Vietnamese design has really come into its own. It's like it's the cool, hip, happening design now. Like the other building could have used a little work on its display, but this building is excellent. It's quite a large vase. I don't think any of this is like historic pieces. There, it's just all um, contemporary. It's still culturally relevant. Langom Bao Truk Pottery Village. Okay, this is just one of the 5 villages. They've got it divided up by village. So it sounded like there was an ancient pottery village from which all of this artisanship, the tradition comes from. And many years back, they moved from the one village and out to create 5. I'm going to just add on my pseudo expertise in the field that I studied and say there's probably a migration over time from the one village to either 5 more or 4 additional. I'm not sure. They didn't say. Yeah, not all at once, but I'm sure there was a point where a decision was made for some people to move operations, and that probably was a decision of the elders. They kept saying museum on the 3rd floor, but that was the other building. They never met. They're like, they didn't say anything about this building. I like these spheres. It's kind of cool. Terracotta spheres. These are sort of practical things. I mean, they're not for building. Oh, these are actually these are for cooking. They use these on the street. Put your heating the coal or what have you in the bottom slit, and then it heats. The heat sips up through the open holes. Which I'm not sure how many times you can use them. Sometimes it seems like they're doing it once, but eventually they just smash them because they've used them so much. Legs and balls. Well, I mean spheres. Legs and spheres. I don't know what that noise is. It's almost like they've put that in here just to screw with you. Pottery. That seems like a nice end to a vacation. Let's go learn about some pottery. That'll be fun. Oh. It's wind. They have a big tarp or something with an advertisement on it outside, and it keeps slamming into the wall. Oh. She's taking her shirt off? Is that what's going on? What's the mental disorder where you see your body as differently than it actually is? I wonder if that's what that was about. Can't remember. When I think about stuff like this, I need to remember to say it because I'm on a live stream. Sometimes I get so distracted and I forget the live stream is going on. They do mix in other art while they're displaying the terracotta stuff. Scott says he has to get off the stream because he's getting loopy, and I'm like, loopy? That's when the fun starts. Don't leave now. Get loopy with us. It's kind of like getting jiggy with it, but less marketable. Well, I feel like we've done our first streams. I mean, obviously the channel's been around a while, and we've been doing this for a while. But our first real, like, full streams that we've been able to do have been here in Vietnam, and I can't think of a better place to start, except for one thing. I feel like we'll learn a lot in the future and be able to show and do more justice to places in the future, and Vietnam will kind of already be banked and bye-bye banked and in the bank. I don't know what I was trying to say. Anyway, yeah, we'll already have done it, so will be good reasons. Obviously, there's other parts of Vietnam. It's not like well, that's the whole country we've done, but yeah, Hanoi, Da Nang, Hoi An. These have been really great destinations, and Oh, I don't know. I know there'll be plenty of places in the future, and they'll all deserve to get the attention, the best attention we can give them. But to me it feels like Vietnam deserves it maybe a little more than most places. But still an amazing place to start out. So I'm not complaining about it. It's great to be here, and we will do more. And no matter what happens, we'll do more. Episodes in other places in Vietnam. And we may, at one point be able to also just do places where we don't do full live streams, that we do more like we did during the years of living pandemically, when we would just do one shot, shows about this or that. Maybe or maybe not live streams, but just something. Because we can go to a place that's interesting, but maybe it's not a big tourist site. I'm trying to get out of my head that we're gonna one day be able to, show the off the beaten path. Because I lived in Asia for almost 10 years now, and I've been off the beaten path. And very occasionally, you find a place that's exactly what you want. But the truth is, the beaten path is there because it's got cool stuff on it that people want to see, that you yourself would be interested in seeing. And the unbeaten path is the one that doesn't have much of interest on it, at least not to a tourist. Chengdu is a lovely place to live, but most of it is not stuff. It's not a city filled with sights. I know now that there's a few things there. I would know what to do if we did some episodes there, but we wouldn't spend a long time, because that's just not what it is. It's a lovely place to live. I'm trying to get back there and live there now. I'm all about that, but this doesn't make it a vacation destination, but it is off the beaten path. So I feel like that sort of thinking should come with a warning. Occasionally you find great stuff off the beaten path, and that's a great and cool find, and kudos to anyone that's doing it. But mostly it's going to be places that are ultra heavy tourism, which would be most of the place. I would say every place we've been in Vietnam is ultra heavy tourism, not necessarily because they're just tourism, but because like Hanoi, it's a big city, and so obviously it has its history and it gets a lot of its own tourists. And then you have lesser tourism, like a place like Dalat, where it's definitely not undiscovered. Plenty of tourists there, but it's not a tourism. It's not a place that's about sites. Like, you gotta go see this site and that site, and then check them all off your list. It's just a beautiful, relaxing mountain town. Well, since I screwed up and just decided it was all courtyard today, we're kind of doing the museum dash. I'm not stopping to read any of these. And there's a lot more here than I had thought. But I'm going to go ahead and admit, too, that I'm kind of in end of vacation mode. So I'm just looky-looing at things and not really internalizing a lot. The terracotta is not, the most fascinating. It's still part of history, so it's still, cool and interesting. And I'm enjoying I'm mostly enjoying the environment of the museum. I love the aesthetic. It's very. I'm not sure if you would call it brutalist. It's terracotta and concrete, and we're gonna go at the other end. And I like the way things are laid out. If it looks haphazard to you, that's intentional. The other building looked haphazard just because it was haphazard, but this one is well arranged, and the presentation is highly intentional, and I like it. These are new buildings. Ooh, we may get some wind noise here. I thought we were going up to another level. We're on the roof. That's probably should. I don't know what you can see actually. That's the courtyard where we came in. We're taking pictures, so we'll go swoop around the other way. Basically, just trying to get the whole 360. We're not far from Hoi An. I think you can see the Hoi An buildings in that direction. I don't know if this is all considered to be part of the Pottery Village, but should be able to see the river and the bridge. The big bridge there is not part of Hoi An, but just past it is the city. It's going to surprise you, that's not a historic bridge. Let's see. Can see the town from here. That's cool. Cool, man. All right, well, let's walk over to the village. I mean, I'm certain that all of this is not part of the tourist village, but it could still be part of the actual village. I don't know. Well, I can't lean out, but I can put the camera over there. What do you see? Nothing. I don't either. All right, let's go. There was lots of information here. Had we not sat in the courtyard all that time, I'd be filling you with a lot more information. I apologize. I actually did some research for the village itself, so we'll have that. Hopefully we'll remember my lessons on what sort of information to get when we're going to go somewhere. Because I feel like I did a lot of research, but it's not really it's more like trivia, like I came up with trivia facts, which is not really what we should be looking at. Now let's wait till we get over there before I put up the banner. Oh wait, I've got a banner up right now. Let's take down this banner. Let's get out of the museum first. Yeah, it's totally not a park, it's a museum. And that building is, well, let's get down there and I'll turn back. Not that it's your primary concern in life, but I just want to show you the buildings that we spent time in and how we could have done that better. Ooh, I wonder if there's a secret exit to get. Oh, no, it's a secret, and it's also a locked gate. Let's get down here. Okay. So, I mean, it doesn't. It looks the opposite from here. The curved building there to the left, that is where the half dozen displays and nothing much else was on the third floor. The entry is on the first floor. This is a lot of chairs and a little cafe type thing. And then the bottom floor of that was the workshop where we spent, the garden where we spent most of the time. Thinking that was all there was to the museum. That building there, the squarer one, is what we just came out of. That had the plethora of exhibits and things to look at and ways to educate yourself, and which we completely ignored, as true tourists always should. Joking. All right, let's mosey. All right. All right. Well, we knew there was going to be some terracotta things to buy. Here they got regular porcelain as well. You really got to keep your eyes open in a museum. That's all I can say. You're supposed to be fine. You have to find everything yourself, that's not a complaint. That's a great thing. I dropped the ball on this one. There was a whole building I didn't notice. The thing is, I noticed it on the way in, but it didn't look like anything. And I see now where you walk into the front door. If I had been at that angle and noticed it, I would have been like, oh yeah, that looks like part of the museum. But it just didn't look like anything, and there was nothing to direct you. That's what I mean. When I said they're not the museum designers are not being tour guides. So I've seen some museums that do a decent job of that, and that's a good thing, but it's not usually the case, and you shouldn't expect it. The world doesn't come after you. You have to go after it. Also, the museum. Oh, hey, do I have my ticket? I bought a ticket. In fact, I bought lots of tickets today. That'll be... Yeah, she stapled this one. I don't know what I did with the other one. I must have dropped it. I kept dropping the ticket, and finally, apparently, I dropped the ticket and the pamphlet. Is it this way, perhaps? Seem to be hordes of tourists walking this way, so... The bathroom break I took earlier at that first museum made me get rid of my mask. I mean, they didn't make me, but they didn't have any toilet paper, so I decided not to put it back on my face. Sometimes that happens. This is a very Chinese thing, actually. When in China, you just get used to taking your own toilet paper wherever you go, because the places do not provide it for you. It's not even an expectation. Very fancy places will put a roll there, like a holder that where you would put a roll, but they never refill it. It's like, I guess when the building first opened, they had one in there. No thanks. I'm wondering where the ticket is necessary. You know, it may just be that they sell you the ticket and they're like, walk around all you like. That's okay. Thank you. I don't want to try, but I want to watch you try. I don't want to try, but I want to watch you. Okay. Yeah. See. Here. Got some texture on there. She's doing it with a toothpick.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Okay.
See where she cuts that at. That's interesting.
You want to try?
No, I don't. Thank you, though.
Okay. Have a look. Happy New
Yep.
Year.
Okay, Happy New Year. Chúc mừng năm mới. See what we got. Oh, I don't know if I'm actually already here. Not, but because there was never a gate that said, "Here's, show us your ticket." But I don't know what there will be. They just sort of sell it to you when you head this direction. They're like, "You're gonna need a ticket for this," and it's so cheap that you're like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." Oh, look at these fins. These are. Oh, look. Hi. The fins. I like the fins. Oh, what? YouTube? Yes, yes. Yeah, sure. Those are nice looking.
Coffee and this one the tea and Nepura.
Oh, those are tea. Okay. I'm not as big on tea, but
Green tea also.
that's green tea.
This one hot for 3 hours. It's like here in the river.
Keeps it hot for 3 hours. Oh.
7 days for oven.
7 days. Wow. This is nice. Oh, if you want some nice Vietnamese pottery, this is the place to come. The same is true in Bat Trong. Bat Trong was a really good place for that. I feel like this whole town is geared more towards international tourists. So it's Bat Trong has a lot of Chinese style vases.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just looking.
About something to Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, yeah.
Some more here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might buy a fin, honestly.
No, I don't bet. No, I don't bet.
Oh, the little Buddhas. Those are cute.
YouTuber.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, YouTuber.
Uh-huh. YouTuber. Yep. Those are just candles. Small vases. Yeah, I like those fins. But which one? This is the one that jumps out at me.
Coffee. Handmade here.
Cafe. Yeah, fin.
Yeah,
Yeah? Fin.
Yeah. Handmade from here. Located up in 7 day long time. Coffee inside a white earth. Rock.
I have one of the metal ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I don't like the shape of that. Can I see the cup?
Yeah. Cup. Yeah.
I don't really like the shape of that. Yeah. Okay, let's look at another one. Yeah. Okay, there'll be a ton of these, so let me keep looking. Yes, it is. It's very beautiful. Oops. Why would you do that to it? Yeah. All right, we're indestructible little baby Buddhas. That's good. Okay. All right, come in. Thank you. Maybe she will create and paint one at your request. So she makes them right there. As we found in the town, you shouldn't assume that it's not actually being made nearby. There were actually ladies on the second floor of that market, the less touristy market, where they were making the clothes. I imagine it's the orders they get from the shops. That, what do you call it? I couldn't remember the day. Scott didn't know the word. When tailor-made clothes. Anyway, tailor-made. I guess that's good enough. I live above in Hanoi. I live above a shop. The lady makes dresses, and man, that is if that was something you were good at, that would be a dream job. Because she sits up, she makes her own hours. If she doesn't have somebody scheduled to come in for a consultation, that's gonna come in and describe what they want, and she works with them to decide what kind of clothes they're gonna buy. If she doesn't have somebody coming in, she don't show up. She never has to come in on Sunday, holidays, does whatever she wants. And I mean, I imagine she could take whatever day she wants off. She just doesn't schedule anybody that day. She's the sort that you can walk in, she has the door open. But no, I take that back. She doesn't. But I'm sure someone could walk in. I'm kind of sure. No, it's not true. I'm lying. You couldn't. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong way. You couldn't because the door is locked, and she never opens the glass door. I just realized that. So she has not one walk-in. You schedule a time with her, or you don't get in. She may be more exclusive than I realize. Experience house. I mean, I feel like everything's an experience. Oh, it's food. Lovely. I'm kind of expecting there to be a gate somewhere, but we're in the village. I mean, we can't be more in the village than we are right now. Oh my God, I don't want to be around that many people. I gotta say, the most fun of Batrung is to get away from the pottery part and just walk the village. I love it. The village itself is so nice. I met a guy, went out with a guy in Hanoi that made, I think it was wedding dresses. We only went out once. After I get thin, maybe I'll call him back, but he'll probably be dead of old age by then. Carrying his tricycle. What is this? What are people doing? Oh, it's just a ferry stop. You can go across the river somewhere. I mean, that looks cool. I would love to do that. I have no idea where any of it's going, of course. Something. I love they sell you this ticket, but nobody. Oh, can you see what she's doing? I feel like that's just not necessary. Oh, I got a bike coming. Oh, I had us on food camera too. She's turning the wheel with her foot. So the kid is standing there spinning the wheel with her foot while the woman works on the pottery. That's funny. I mean, I don't know why it's funny, but it's. I mean, I guess it's probably like a traditional way of doing it before there was electricity. Hi. I don't think we need to. Yeah. Oh, you do have a few things. Okay. The United States. Aha. So this is more what I'm looking for. These are fins over full-size coffee cups, like American-sized coffee cups, which doesn't make any sense because you can't put that much. You can't put that much water in the fin. That's why you have the smaller cups. Vietnamese, but anyway, I'm gonna not worry about it. I'm not particularly looking to buy. I'm sure I can find one in Hanoi unless. Ooh, I like these. So this is one where they keep it hot. You don't really need to drink hot coffee a lot in Vietnam because it's usually cold. I mean hot here, so you want to drink cold coffee. But for that occasion, that'll keep it hot for you. Thank you. Oh no, thank you. Oh, I'm sure it is. I just don't have any interest. Thank you. Chúc mừng năm mới. From whence the tourist came. The name of my next book. I mean, I have not written the book, but I prefer to say next book because it's technically not wrong. It's not your previous book, and it's not your current book. It's got to be your next one. I like it, like riding little boats across the river. We did that in Bangkok, and I didn't mute the stream, and it was quite noisy. We had just talked about how me and Russ had just talked about how lovely it was to get the real sounds from a place that you're at, rather than having the computer filter out all the noise so that you get pristine studio sound. I'm like, yeah, because that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm doing. I'm showing you what it's like, the sights and sounds of the place I'm in. That's the whole point. Yeah. And then I got on the motorboat going up the river, the little ferry going up the river, and it was noisy as the motor, the wind, the people, like everything was just noise. And he got to the end of it, he's like, well, I guess there's a limit. So, and I haven't been muting motorbike rides until this trip. For some reason, Erica said something about it, and she's like not complaining at all. But I was like, yeah, now that I think about it, why would anyone want to listen to the wind noise? It's just like, and also you can't hear me. Like I'm not able to say anything while I'm writing. So what is the point of having that? Just put on a little music and then take off. Oh, I had some factimalicious things to say to you. Let's see. Pottery making in Thanhai village dates back to the 16th century, initially as a part-time ability to supplement income. However, with the rise of Hoi An as a thriving port town in the 17th century, the demand for high-quality clay products surged, leading the villagers to focus more on their craft and move their workshops closer to the Thubon River for easier transportation. Hi, xin chào. Jeez, I'm not sure if these are for different types of tea, but this is one size, one type of traditional teacup, and you can see it. That's kind of a large one though. A lot of them are this size, quite a bit smaller. I don't, and then of course you've got, if they have any that are accessible, you got these size down here. I won't pull it out because I'll break everything. But and even this is even smaller. I don't know if they're just like in competition to see how tiny a cup they can hold their tea in or what, but that is small. Huh. Now that looks like a sauce cup or a sauce bowl, sauce plate on a heater. So maybe if you need hot sauce, hot sauce, hot sauce. I like these, and I don't in the least bit doubt that these are handmade, crafted here, but they're making them to look exactly like the ones that are sold on the, the mass-produced ones. I mean, it could be mass-produced. Now that I think about it, who knows? Or it could be that the ones I see in Hanoi are actually handcrafted. There's a lot of that here, a lot more than you would think. We're used to everything being manufactured in a factory, but we don't even believe it when someone says something is handcrafted. But there are still people in the world, and it's not small amounts. The story is you can produce so much. Yeah. If you mass produce, and yeah, technically, but if you only need so much in the first place, what is the advantage of making something in a factory? If it's something that's a luxury item, I'm not sure why it would ever have been mass produced. Necessities, okay, we want to get those to everybody. Handcrafted, cancer medication, no. Let's produce it in a factory so we can get the most to the most people. The irony is that's exactly what the market system does not do. The people who want to mass produce everything, that's what they don't do, is get the large amounts of the product to everybody. Did I just make a loop? Is that it? Did we do the whole thing? Gom. Yep, here we go. Experience house. Okay. I'm going to pass on the experience. I'm sure it's great. It's people doing, the potter's wheel, putting their hand in the goop, and then they paint it, and it looks like terrible fun. I'm sure I would just pee my pants at that level of excitement. But another option, and find a coffee shop. We are in Vietnam. It has to be just a coffee shop. Well, I don't care if it's just a coffee shop, as long as it's a coffee shop. The skilled artisans of Bangha. We were even invited by the Wen Dynasty court in Hoi to create special pottery pieces for various activities within the imperial palace. Their talent and dedication were highly regarded, placing them at the 8th or 9th grade of the Mandarin system, a testament to their social standing and contribution to Vietnamese culture. I definitely wandered off the tourist path. See how easy it is, guys? People talking all the time about, oh, you got to get off the beaten path, blah, blah, blah. Well, there's nothing easier. First off, you just get annoyed by the tourists and follow your instincts to get away from them. No, they're all lovely, I'm sure, but there's just too many of them over there. And why in the world is this area not developed? This is like prime real estate. What are they thinking? Everybody would like to sit here, walk along this little promenade, and this row, all we have to do is displace all these residents here and replace it with overpriced bars and restaurants. And tourists don't really like to eat Vietnamese food. Let's make sure it's all Western food. Badly done Western food. And that would be a lovely way to ruin this whole place. I can't even see what you're seeing. I'm having to hold the camera down. I'd have to stoop. I mean, I could stoop, but it sounds like a lot of trouble. I'll just walk to the end here and look. Oh, hey, look up. Okay. Wow. I mean, look, it's not like we're on another planet. There's the boats. Little ferry boats go across the river to God knows where. They probably go downriver to the city. Where else would you go? Sorry. Easy it is to get away from the massive crowd. Look at that. It just came through that along that conveyor belt that was the experience house. An experience I can definitely pass on. I mean, look, okay, so look at all that. I mean, it's peaceful where I'm standing right now. Now, watch this magic trick. Standing right here, I'm looking out at the river with, I mean, that's not tourist boats over there. Those are genuine boats people use for whatever they use them for. Fishing, transport, erotic boat dances. I don't know. Okay, that's all a river. Well, I was going to say, even if I turn there, I can't see, but you can see from here the boats, the little ferry boats. But you can't even tell there are 4 tourists. You just see a few boats, you see the river, and the people going up and down. You got the people's houses here. Whoever's got that bench, they have just got gold. I don't know if they know it because the view is every evening is that. And that's pretty gorgeous. Anyway, what were we doing? I guess we were discovering the pottery village. All right, let's dive back into the loveliness of it. While the village is now a popular tourist destination known for its charming shops selling handcrafted pottery souvenirs, the production goes beyond just decorative items. Local potters also create functional pieces like roof tiles, water jars, and cooking utensils, used in everyday life by both villagers and people in surrounding areas. Oh, I bet that's something rich people would love. That's something I would sell on if our channel had a, things you could sell section. Pottery to get your roof tiles, rich people alert, get your roof tiles made in the most adorable Vietnamese village in Vietnam. Genuine, what's the name of this place? Thanh Ha. Genuine Thanh Ha roof tiles. Only the finest roof tiles. Those are the kind of tiles they love having in like Miami and I guess other rich people places. The potters in Thanh Ha use traditional techniques passed down through generations, including hand shaping the clay on a spinning wheel, decorating with intricate patterns, natural drying, and wood-fired kilns. Each piece is unique, reflecting the skill and artistry of the individual craftsperson. Grab yours today. That's what that says. The Thanh Ha Terracotta Park, built in 2011 by a local architect, is a recent addition to the village. This park features two structures representing different kiln styles, both built on a potter's wheel, and showcases miniature replicas of various wonders of the world, like the Sydney Opera House and the Colosseum. It's a great place to learn about the history and techniques of Thanh Ha pottery in a visually engaging way. Yeah, I mean, that was cute. Maybe the park is meant to be just that courtyard. That's what actually I should say. That's what the internet was telling me was a park. It kept saying park. Nobody there said park, and I saw no signs that said park. So I should adjust that and say, if you read park, I think they're really talking about the museum when you do your research. Uh-oh. Did we freeze? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Many potters in Thanh Ha are now incorporating sustainable practices into their work using locally sourced clay and natural dyes. They're also exploring ways to reduce waste and minimize their environmental impact. Despite the challenges of globalization and competition from mass-produced goods, the potters of Thanh Ha village remain committed to preserving their centuries-old tradition. Visiting the village offers a glimpse into this vibrant cultural heritage and allows you to support the skilled artisans who keep it alive. Okay. Losing battery. Let's check and see what's open. Sorry, guys. Nothing's open. Okay, we're just at that part of the day, I guess. We have been doing this a minute. Okay. The only thing about buying, I like these. The little square cups. They're cute. I wonder if you can order anything like each one of these tea sets has a slightly different design. These are taller square cups. These are flared at the top, and those are shorter, more squared. And the pots are different to go along with it, and they all have different colors. But the colors could be mixed and matched with each one, right? So I wonder if you can say, since they're making them, this would be the test of whether or not they're actually making them. I wonder if you could say, oh, I love this color, but I'd like it on this design. I wonder if you can do that. If you want to pay 10 times extra, I just buy off the shelf. I recommend it. Oh. Well, we are not hurting for time. The extra time we spent in the museum has not hurt us at all. In fact, I'm ready to look for that old coffee shop now. Be a winner. I'm really looking for some of that coffee shop that has no tourists sitting at it. And I'm afraid that may be in a different town. I got a menu. Let's see. Milk, black coconut, peach tea, mango smoothie. I feel like that's the way to go.
근데 부엉이 이걸 왜 산 거예요?
I don't know if anybody's actually working here, but we're going to sit here anyway. And that will. This is actually a good spot for watching people too. I need to get fun to watch. Ah. You know what? I'm also going to talk about the beach while we're sitting here at Not at All the Beach. Scott and I just chatted, and that was great. This is for when, but I shouldn't have closed that window because I mean I don't mean that like in some figurative sense. I mean literally, I had a window open on our phone. I shouldn't have closed it because we didn't go over that, and now, you know, I like to ramble, but also let's ramble just a little bit about the place we're actually at. I'm worried that I took the fun out of doing this, and that he and Eric are dissuaded from joining anymore. I'm not super worried about it. If they don't want to do it, they don't have to. Sometimes I think if I just get it just perfect, it's going to be an immediate raging success. And that probably isn't what's going to happen, even if it is a success sometime in the future. Let's see here. Kentucky. I don't want calendar open. Let's see. Last time high. I want to go to the beach. Ambang. So the beach we were at this morning was Ambang. And we just went and I ate, and then we were done and I left. And I would like to have gone over some factoids. Okay. Wait. What's going on? Ambang Beach. Yeah. compared. Oh yeah, I told you they said there was another one that was more touristy. I felt that one was pretty touristy this morning. I always think they're waving at me and like, oh no, it's the camera. Duh, dumbass. I wonder if she works here. This is obviously a point where the people that are looping through the town stop. So I don't think that little cafe thing knows that there are people here. I'm gonna find out because I would like to drink a little something, get a little icy something. Xin chào, are you? Oh, Shinto, Soy, Shinto, Shinto,
Xin chào. Coffee.
Shinto.
Shinto. Không có Shinto.
Oh no, okay.
Ê, anh ơi, cậu này
Just that, no coffee, cafe.
coffee là black coffee.
Just black.
Black.
I don't want black coffee. Yeah, let's go with this one. Okay, come on. Oh, they did have LaRue beer. Well, I could sit here and look up where LaRue beer is from. That's not popular in Hanoi, but it seems very popular here. Jerk. Alrighty. It's just slightly colder than room temperature. Alright. Known for its pristine white sand, gentle waves and laid-back vibes, Anbang Beach is the perfect place to unwind, soak up the sun, and enjoy the sound of the ocean. Most of that can be said about any beach, no matter how unpleasant it might otherwise be. And that one wasn't terrible, but it also wasn't terrible because all those chairs weren't full. But I strongly suspect that they're only there because occasionally they do sell out every chair and the beach is just swarming with people. I'm not a fan of that. I love the idea of renting the beach chair. I'm not even sure why. Not of me doing it. I love the idea of the lady that thinks up, I'll rent these beach chairs. Like, she doesn't own any property. The beach is public. Of course, the chairs are hers, so that's something to be said. But honestly, the ladies that are renting out the chairs, they, I don't know if they own those chairs. I mean, I'm sure those chairs don't move. They were wooden chairs. I'm talking about the lounge chairs that are on the beach. So for about $2, you can rent one of those chairs for all day. I mean, as long as you want to lay in it. I guess they just know that you'd have to be cuckoo to actually want to stay in the chair all day. But go ahead if you want to. I am afraid that my battery has run out, that my big super pack battery has run out. Because we got a bit of time left. But it looks like my phone battery is draining yep, it is correct. Yeah, it's just out. Yep. That is unfortunate. I need to go buy a what do I need to buy? I don't even know if we can get back in to town quickly enough before the battery goes dead. That's sort of the end of the show, whenever the big, I'm going to show you this big 20,000 mAh. This thing. When this thing goes dead, that's kind of the end of it. I guess I could look for a larger one. I got a couple of things I need to order from Shopee. So, I mean, this one was cheap when I bought it. It's dropped another point already. Well, honestly, I don't need to drink this thing here. I can call the Grab right now. I only want to show you the night market. To be honest, we're not going to get there before the lights. I don't think you're going to be able to see them. It's just not. It's not late enough. It dropped another point already. You know what? Let's stop trying to squeeze out that last sight. I'll go over and take some pictures and post them and show you what the night market looks like. In fact, I already went to the town at night earlier and posted one short for it. So I'll just post some pictures on the YouTube page. I think this was a nice day. I could have sat here for a longer and enjoyed watching the boats go in and out. I think really I've got to get somebody to just join on here with me. I don't know who that'll be. I know Erica can come occasionally, and it's always nice when she can. And Scott will join for a short period of time, but he's not staying for. I don't think he's going to stay for 8 hours, even if I was doing it, in his time zone. He's just not going to do that. So I think I've gotten to the point where I've ironed out enough. I've had proof of concept for the show, and now's the point where I need to find someone who is not just willing to join, but that actually wants to. Oh, we're at 7 hours and 16 minutes. You know what? That's no shame. There's no shame in that. That's good. And I know they're a bigger battery, so I'm going to go out there and look for one. But anyway, what was I going to say? I need to find a person who isn't just willing to do it, but like thinks it's a cool idea and wants to do it as if it were a job. And that's not easy. First off, most people have to work a real job, so they can't just show up at on my stream for 7 and 8 hour streams. But if I can find that person, then I'll have somebody to sit here and chat with, and I think that makes it a lot more engaging. And okay, so that's just the next thing to do. To put that out there and find out who wants to, and then obviously Scott and Erica can still join as much as they want. Yeah, could be somebody in China. I know people that know people there, so it might be worth looking for somebody there. But this is probably not something that I'm going to find somebody tomorrow. So just need someone who can consistently come on and check things and prepare and wants to do it like it's a job, and in the hopes that we can make it a full-time channel. The other option is that it doesn't have to be a full-time channel. I can just do this as a hobby on vacation and have fun with it. So and there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy touring, and I like to show what I find when I tour to friends, and that's basically what this is. And that keeps this from feeling like a job, even if I did it even if I did it as a business, so that keeps it from feeling like a job. And is there anything else to say? Probably not. I've said everything. Be looking if you watch it all the way to this part at some point in the future. Be looking for our next vacation. My next vacation. I think it'll be in May because my contract is up in May, so I'm thinking around that time, and we'll work with that, and I'll post some options and see what everybody thinks from the channel. Thanks to whoever joined us for the whole time, and thanks to the few people that joined us occasionally throughout. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you'll tune in next time. And if you're watching this in the future, check out the next video. Oh, you know, I knew that was going to happen. I hit logo. What the hell is that? I'm supposed to be looking at my videos. This is the outro that I'm looking for. All right. Thanks again, guys. I hope you enjoyed Hoi An and Da Nang. Bye. See you next time.
Jag är det och de här kommer då personer som tar över. Jag är med sig själva i rum. Men jag kan ändå vara till det och 5, 4. Den är tid. Jag klarar av det 15. Hemma runt. Hit och över. Ja, jag vet. Jag är det och de här kommer då personer som tar över. Jag är med sig själva i rum. Men jag kan ändå vara till det och 5, 4. Den är tid. Jag klarar av det 15. Hemma runt. Hit och över. Ja,